All right, guys, let's get right into it. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's gaggle with the press. Then we're going to get into Trump's speaking engagement to business leaders as he lays out America's economic success. And then we're going to get into a media analysis. And if we can hit gold, we can also get into conspiracy hour as well. So let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
And Mr. Toyota was there from Toyota, and he's hello, everybody.
Mr. President.
We had a great trip to Japan. It was really wonderful. Malaysia, fantastic. Hundreds of millions of dollars are coming into our country, primarily because of the election result, but the real reason is tariffs. The tariffs are coming in. As you know, last night I was with a lot of the greatest leaders in Japan, the biggest business people, and Mr. Toyota was there from Toyota, and he's agreed to invest $10 billion in building auto plants. They're going to build numerous auto plants throughout the United States with American workers, as you know, and it's a tremendous, it'll be one of the biggest investments ever in the auto business. This isn't just AI, this is in the auto business. So, and that was because of tariffs. This way, it's the old story. If you build in the United States, you don't have any tariffs. So everyone's coming in. We're up to close to $20 trillion of investment. And yesterday, as you saw, we picked up about $518 billion. These are big numbers. These are numbers that no country has ever seen before. And we're now going, as you know, to South Korea. And then I'm meeting tomorrow with President Xi.
Mr. President, sir.
And if you didn't hear Trump, he was able to secure $10 billion in, well, I guess, manufacturing funding from Toyota. So, yes, to avoid the tariffs, Toyota's pretty much bringing at least $10 billion worth of manufacturing over here to America. So, pretty much make the products that they sell to Americans.
On the Xi meeting, are you expected or do you anticipate being willing to lower the fentanyl-related tariffs?
Yes, I expect to be lowering that because I believe that they're going to help us with the fentanyl situation. They're going to be doing what they can do.
And on the rare earth curbs, sir, do you need to see more than just a one-year delay? Is that sufficient to make other concessions?
I don't know. We haven't talked about the timing yet, but we're going to work out something. We're doing very well with rare earth, as you know, and I think, going to make a big step with fentanyl. The thing with fentanyl, the border is now so tight, it's much tougher for them. Doing very well with that. I call it the drug by sea. You know, the boats, we took out 4 of them over the last 2 days, and they're really stopping. They're not coming anymore. They're coming by land, but to a lesser extent. And if necessary, we're going to, well, it will be necessary probably, but we'll be hitting them at land. But the boats are very few and far between. We took in tremendous amounts of death. They call them the boats of death. Tremendous amounts of death coming into our country. And this is estimated, I don't know if this is exactly right, but it's pretty close. 25,000 people died from each boat that we take out if it had gotten back, if it had gotten to our country.
And right now we are up to 10 boat strikes so far. Of course, you know, the boats and the submersibles that people say, you know, fishermen were fishing out of, underwater fishing. I mean, you thought you heard it all, right, guys? But yeah, so far there's been 10 strikes. Of course, the Dems have been losing their mind over it. In my honest opinion, it does seem like these guys have forgotten that, well, the cartel is no longer a criminal organization. They are a terrorist organization. So you can't think of them like a criminal organization no more. You got to think of them like terrorists, like Hezbollah, Houthis, ISIS, you know, them.
Kills 25,000 people. Not even talking about the destruction it does to families in terms of people that are become addicted and all of the problems caused by two families. So, and over the last 2 days, I guess we took out 4. But there are very few of them. There are very few of them now. That's down, I hear that's down about 80% by water. The drugs by water down, as you know, about 80% down. and I would imagine it's going to be pretty close to 100%. Nobody wants to do it, and we'll be, and we already are. We're stopping them on land also.
Sir, what is China?
We're actually making our country safe. Think of it. I'm just saying as I speak to you, very simply, we're making our country safe. It's a beautiful thing.
Sir, what is China doing to justify removing fentanyl tariffs?
Well, I think they're going to do things that, you know, they have an industry that has to do with drugs. The fentanyl has other reasons for being, and we have to get rid of it. We have to stop it. And now we're stopping it at the border to a very much larger extent than ever before. Under Biden, yet open borders, the stuff was flowing in. I think they killed 300,000 people last year. Fentanyl, drugs coming through the southern border. And
now, if you don't know by now, it's the Chinese triad that sells the fentanyl precursor to the cartel, and they sell it into America to pretty much try to sabotage America. So it's an operation with the Chinese. Well, honestly, it's like a tag team with the Chinese triad and the cartel to pretty much sabotage, well, the American people. That's pretty much all it's about. And that's why they're selling fentanyl in here at high rates. And that's why the Chinese triad keeps selling it to the cartel. And that's why the cartel keeps bringing it into here.
Nobody gets through this. We just had another report of a zero. Zero people came. We are very tough on the border. And we're allowing people into our country, but they're coming in legally through the legal process. And I want to commend, I have to tell you, our border agents, our border patrol agents, they've been amazing. And ICE, these people do such a great job. What they're doing, Memphis is making tremendous progress, as you know, is extremely dangerous. And already it's down to less than 50%. A lot of criminals, career criminals, people that came in illegally have been brought back to their countries and never to come back again. We tell them if you come back again, it's going to be brutal.
Wait, I'm sorry, just to clarify, so China's going to be working with you as law enforcement on fentanyl, or how is that going to work?
China's going to be working with me.
Okay.
They're going to be working with me, and we're going to do something, I believe. I mean, look, we have to have the meeting. A meeting tomorrow. That's a big meeting. And fentanyl will be one of the things that we're discussing. Important. We'll be discussing the farmers. We'll be discussing a lot of things, but fentanyl will be one of the things we're discussing.
I mean, yeah, there's like three things that need to be discussed. Of course, it's going to be the fentanyl, farmers, and rare earth refinery control. Because they did try to control the rest of the world's rare earth refinery and what they send to the United States. So, of course, we got to talk about that. And then, yes, of course, we got to talk about the fentanyl as well. But I do believe that, well, the last thing I stated should be at the top of the list is the rare earth refineries, because they had a world monopoly on that, and that needs to be broken up. And it can't just be the United States and Australia tag teaming to make this happen.
Sir, what did you say last night when you said you were prepared to send more than the National Guard into American cities?
Sure, I would do that if it was necessary. You know, if it was necessary, I'd do that, but it hasn't been necessary. We're doing a great job without that. It was necessary. As you know, I'm allowed to do that.
Do you need other branches of the military you would send in, or
Who are you with?
the New York Times?
That's very good. Very good. Well, if you write it correctly, I'll give you the answer. But, you know, I want to enact a certain act. I'm allowed to do it routinely, and whether about 50% of presidents have used that, as you know, and I'd be allowed to do whatever I want. But we haven't chosen to do that because we're doing very well without it. But I'd be allowed to do that, you understand? And the courts wouldn't get involved, nobody would get involved, and I could send the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, I could send anybody I wanted, but I haven't done that because we're doing so well without it. Washington, D.C. continues to be amazing, safe, and it's really great. As I said, Memphis, where we are now, is doing really well. It's down, I think, almost 70%. And within 2-3 weeks, it'll be down to almost no crime. Now, we're taking a lot of bad people out. We're incarcerating.
Now, once again, it does seem like, well, Trump's National Guard plan is working. They pull up, you know, they start, yep, locking people up, cleaning up the streets, getting career criminals off, and all of a sudden crime just falls down dramatically. And the people of Memphis couldn't be more happier. And we're talking about liberals that are coming out saying, look, I was mad, but now I'm glad that these guys have came here and cleaned up the streets.
Very bad people, some gangs, have a lot of bad gangs there, and we're taking less than a month. But at the behest of a couple of really great people, very successful, great civic-minded people, they said, we'd love to try doing it ourselves, and that's okay. And we worked with the mayor, and we're working with those people, but we didn't surge the city. And I said, if we surge, it's going to go a lot quicker, and it's much more effective. But I want to give them a chance to do it themselves if they can. If they can't do it themselves, we'll solve San Francisco in 3 weeks.
On the southern border, President Sheinbaum of Mexico said that the tariff truce with the U.S. has been extended for talks. How long are you willing to wait for that to play out?
Well, I like the extension with Mexico because, we're doing very well with that extension. We get a lot of tariffs. They're paying a lot of money. As you know, a lot of car companies are moving from Mexico back into the United States. They took our car companies a long time ago, 30 years ago, and opened them up. We lost about 57% of our automobile manufacturing over the decades. And it's all coming back because of tariffs. It's all coming back. And the tariffs are really national security as much as anything else. It's national security in many ways, but...
Man, I'm telling you, outsource overseas, I will say this, the shipping of our job overseas when it came to the car industry was absolutely atrocious because all it took was a little bit of tariffs to get these car companies to start building here and to start helping out our domestic car companies as well, our American-made car companies. And that's kind of crazy how we got to just let these guys out there to dry and let them get taken advantage of by cheap Chinese and Japanese cars. It's absolutely wild how it took Trump to come in to actually save our auto industry when other presidents had plenty of opportunity to do so and did not do it one bit. But hey, I guess the auto industry wasn't as important to Democrats as it is to Trump.
One of the ways that it's national security is we're building up great wealth because of tariffs, and you need wealth to be secure. But it's in the more traditional sense also national security, very important. But we're bringing back our auto plants that deserted us 20 and 30 years ago. They're all coming back. Last night I met with Mr. Toyota, and we had an amazing meeting. I said, what's your name? Toyota. I said, you're rich. And he's going to invest, think of this, $10 billion in the United States to build manufacturing plants. They'll build their cars with American workers, largely. They have the right to send some experts. But they're going to be building cars in the United States. So we're getting all of our...
And, the hilarious criticisms from Democrats is, oh, you need to build infrastructure here first. We need commitment first. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like literally putting the cart before the horse. So tell me, we're just gonna build a factory with no commitments for no company to bring it back, right? So no tariffs, no nothing. We're just gonna build a factory and say, hey, you come on, hey, you from over there who's getting way cheaper labor, come on over to America. We're not gonna do anything in the world to entice you to come back. I mean, bro, the way you libs think is hilarious at a certain point. Like, it definitely lacks logical thinking.
Manufacturing back in the car business, and AI, we're leading China, we're leading the world in AI. We're getting them rapid approvals on energy. I've allowed them to produce their own energy for each plant, so that rather than relying on an old and somewhat weak grid, the electric grid, they build their own energy, and then if they have excess energy, they sell it back into the grid. So it's great. It's really worked out well. It's allowing them to build rapidly, and they are building all over the United States.
Sir, could we get your reaction to Israel striking in Gaza again?
Well, as I understand it, they took out an Israeli soldier. I just heard about it a little while ago. They killed an Israeli soldier, so the Israelis hit back, and they should hit back. When that happens, they should hit back.
So does that worry you about the ceasefire? Does that jeopardize the ceasefire in any way?
No, nothing's going to jeopardize. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of peace in the Middle East, and they have to behave. They're on the rough side, but they said they would be good, and if they're good, they're going to be happy, and if they're not good, they're going to be terminated. Their lives will be terminated, and they understand that. And we have many countries that are willing to do that. You know, we have many countries. Even Japan today said we'd love to be involved in the Middle East so we can help you.
And I'm being quite honest with you. Yo, this man Bibi Netanyahu does not want this ceasefire to last. I mean, the first time they said they killed Israeli soldiers, they said they killed 2 of them. It actually happened to be a roadside bomb that the IDF set up themselves. Now, once again, all of a sudden, another IDF soldier ends up dead and they're striking Gaza. But here's the thing, though. They're not really laying out the full story. So I'm really wondering what's going on here in Gaza. And if you don't know what's going on in Gaza, there's like 4 separate fighting forces in there. I mean, 3. We got the Israeli-backed militant force. We got Gaza. We got certain Palestinians uprising. And then, of course, we got the IDF in there. It's absolutely insane in there. So, dude, are they sure that it was Hamas? Most likely, the most likely. But here's the problem. It does seem like every single day, BB's trying to get up out of this ceasefire. Every single day.
Sending anybody, by sending people, including experts. But we have many countries that would do that, not just Israel. No, that's a very strong piece. Hamas is a small thing, but they kill people. They grew up killing people, and I guess they don't stop. But nobody knows what happened to the Israeli soldier, but they say it was sniper fire, and there was retribution for that, and I think they have a right to do it.
Is it possible that there are fringe elements within them?
I mean, yeah, if Hamas killed an Israeli soldier, Israel has the right to bomb them back. The problem is, though, are we going to get confirmation? Are we going to get pump fake like last time where they said they killed 2 Israeli soldiers and we all found out that that wasn't true? So hopefully they got confirmation this time.
I think there are, because we actually met with people that were leading it, and they really want to see, they really, in my opinion, based on the experts that dealt with them, I think they're unhappy when they see some people being killed.
Will Hamas
Not like it was, by the way, but some people being killed, we don't want that.
Will Hamas decommission its weapons? That's a key part of the next.
Yeah, we're looking at that right now. That's starting because we're getting into phase 2, and that's starting. You have to understand, Hamas is a very small part of the overall Middle East peace. We have peace in the Middle East. If we have to, we'll take out Hamas very easily, and that'll be the end of Hamas. We would rather not. We made a deal with them where they were going to behave, and they have to behave. If they don't behave, they get taken out. And it could be from numerous countries. It could be from Israel, but it could also be from other countries. Numerous countries have already called me that are parties to the deal and said, we'd love to do it if you want us to do it. And these are powerful countries. These are not countries to be toyed with.
So, what's your reaction to North Korea test launching a missile this morning?
What did he say?
North Korea test launched missiles this morning. What's your reaction to that?
The missiles, the North Korean missiles.
Oh, I don't know. He's been launching missiles for decades, right? Just another missile was launched. I always had a very good relationship with him. So, at some point I'll be meeting. The schedule is very tight, as you know, but at some point I look forward to meeting him again. But we had a very good relationship. I mean, more than a relationship, we had a really good understanding of each other. We met, we spoke to each other numerous times, and we had a good relationship. At some point we'll be involved with North Korea.
Does that mean there's no meeting with Kim Jong-un?
I don't know. I think they'd like to, and I'd like to, but I also want to focus on China. I mean, our focus is now on tomorrow with China, and I want to make that the focus. But we'll come back and we'll, at some point in the not-too-distant future, meet with North Korea.
How much do you expect Xi to try to push you on Taiwan?
I don't know that we'll even speak about Taiwan. I'm not sure. He may want to ask about it.
I'm sorry, but when it comes to Taiwan, that's a non-negotiable. There's no way we're going to negotiate Taiwan with China. I mean, we'll talk trade talks with these guys, which we're already doing. And most of these trade talks are in the form of de-escalating. So we'll see what happens with that. But I highly doubt they're going to discuss Taiwan. Like, I'm pretty sure that is absolutely off the table for China.
There's not that much to ask about. Taiwan is Taiwan. But the beautiful part about Taiwan, frankly, and they understand it, is we're bringing a lot of those chip makers into the United States. If you look at the #1 chip maker in the world, they're building a massive factory in Arizona. The biggest in the world, actually, for making chips. If you look at NVIDIA.
Yeah, and Taiwan, and yes, and Taiwanese chip manufacturing companies are moving over here to America, have already made their commitments because of Trump's 100% tariff on chips and semiconductor. Yes, his sector-specific tariff on chips and semiconductors have got a lot of chip manufacturers bringing back their manufacturing, especially these Taiwanese chip making companies. And it only makes sense to do so. I mean, even Apple's also trying to bring back their chip manufacturing to America, and Trump is giving them about a 2 to 3 year grace period to do so.
NVIDIA is doing unbelievable. We're bringing a lot of the Taiwan business back to the United States. I think within 2 years, I think we'll have 40 to 50% of the chip market. But that's happening, and I don't know, it's happening because of the tariffs. It's also happening because of the fact that probably maybe they're a little bit concerned about things. Who knows? But they are, tremendous. I don't know if you're reporting it, but massive numbers of and percentages of the chip business is coming back right now as we speak. They're building plants in Arizona, Texas, and other places.
On chips, sir, have you agreed, or will you agree with Key potentially to allow the license of more exports of NVIDIA and Blackwell?
So we'll be speaking about Blackwell. We'll be speaking about Blackwell is the super duper chip. Blackwell's amazing. NVIDIA makes it. The Jensen is an amazing, brilliant man. And it's probably 10 years ahead of any other chip. And unlike a lot of other businesses, you just can't catch it. It's mostly you can copy and you can do things you really can't in the chip business for whatever reason. That doesn't work that way. But Blackwell just came out. Jensen presented me with the first Blackwell chip 3 days ago in the Oval Office. And it's an amazing thing that they've done. But that's our country. We're about 10 years ahead of anybody else in chips, in the highly sophisticated chips. I think we may be talking about that with President Xi.
China's actually discouraged sale of purchase of those chips. Is that something that's on the table?
Well, China actually.
Oh God, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Terminated the relationship with NVIDIA. That was a big thing, but in the meantime, NVIDIA hit a brand new high. As did, the stock market yesterday hit the highest ever that it ever was. So all of the markets, every one of our markets, we're doing great. The country is doing great. We have the shutdown caused by the Democrats, and at some point they'll come back. I think they're getting just killed right now, but all they have to do is say, let's get back to business, and we're back. There's nothing to sign. There's nothing to negotiate.
Hurricane Melissa, have you been following that?
Well, I have, because I've never seen numbers like that. I said a little while ago, 195-mile-an-hour wind. I've never seen that before. I've never seen. I guess it can get that high, but I've never seen it, and it's literally just knocking down everything in front of it. It's a stage 5, I guess. And you don't see stage 5. You don't see 5s, right? You see 4s and 3s, but this is a 5.
Yeah, and if you don't know by now, yes, a hurricane, I believe it's already hit Jamaica. So pray for everybody in Jamaica because they are dealing with that hurricane
early on, meaning it gets worse. So it's done a tremendous job. You mean on Jamaica?
Is the United States going to?
Well, we have on a humanitarian basis. We have to. So we're watching it closely and we're prepared to move. But it's doing tremendous damages as we speak. It's right there, right now.
Sir, can I ask you?
What's the AI problem?
That's what someone's been saying, that some investments are overvalued.
Everybody wants AI because it's the new internet, it's the new everything. It's one of the biggest things anyone's ever seen. So everyone wants it. Yeah, the only problem is if you don't get it. In order to get it, you have to be able to produce tremendous amounts of electricity. And we're allowing them to produce and make their own electricity. This way, they don't have to rely on government. And by the way, they're making electric plants that are so sophisticated and so incredible, so much beyond, that companies that make and service electricity, the Con Edison, all the different companies that do that and do it well, sad thing is I have my highest numbers that I've ever had. As I said, I ended 8 wars, and we have the greatest economy in history. And by the way, energy prices are way down. Everything's way down. Beef is a little bit high. We're going to get beef down too. But prices are down and the economy's up. The only thing that's not down is the stock prices. And 401ks are through the roof. Everyone's 401ks hitting records. So we have the greatest economy we've ever had.
Yeah, the stock market is hitting record highs. Well, it hit 6-time record highs this year. And then, of course, the stock market hit 6 record. Oh, yeah, GDP up 3%. And they're predicting it for it to go up another 3% or for it to be up by 4% at the beginning of next year. So, yes, we got GDP up by 3%, and we got a booming stock market right now. Now, those people who are saying we're heading towards a recession, well, I mean, you kind of need some time of negative GDP growth or stagnant GDP growth for that to happen. So I don't know where you're getting that from.
I have my highest poll numbers that I've ever had. And, based on what I read, I guess I'm not allowed to run. So we'll see what happens.
Johnson says you're trolling when you talk about a third term. Are you trolling or are you serious?
I don't think he said that. I don't think he used that term, but it's a very interesting thing. I have the best numbers for any president in many years, any president. And I would say that if you read it, it's pretty clear. I'm not allowed to run. It's too bad. But we have a lot of great people.
Status stopped being sent out on Saturday. The Department of Agriculture says they cannot tap into contingency funding to fund that. Is your administration food stamps, SNAP benefits? Is your administration?
Well, we're going to get it done. The Democrats have caused the problem on food stamps. Of course, all they have to do is sign. And if they sign, I'll meet with them. They're all saying, they actually said Trump is doing an amazing job in this trip. This trip will bring back trillions of dollars, so it's hard, but they do want to meet with me when I get back. But I say get the economy open and I'll meet and we'll solve any difficulties. We have to fix healthcare because Obamacare is a disaster. I mean, when you see the increases in Obamacare, it never worked, it never will work. And we can do something.
I know, and that's the worst part about it. Even with the Obamacare healthcare subsidies that the Dems claim that's going to help you guys out so much, it's not. You're even with the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, your healthcare premiums are still going to go up by 18 to 30%. It may not go up double or triple, but it's still going up. And what does that tell you? That, Obamacare is a failure. It's supposed to be about affordable healthcare, but yet is getting more unaffordable even with subsidies. So doesn't that require reform? Doesn't the whole healthcare system require reform? And that's all the Republicans are asking for. But the problem is that the Dems want to keep pushing money into a failing system and then blame the Republicans about, you want healthcare to fail. No, they want reform. You guys want to keep dumping money into a failing system.
Work with the Democrats, much better than Obamacare. Less money and better healthcare. And that's something I think that can come out of this. With the Democrats. You work with the Democrats. Because right now the insurance companies are making too much money. And they're making a fortune. And the healthcare, Obamacare is poor. And the premiums are ridiculous. Now, it's going up a lot. I don't want to say the number. The number is very substantial. But when you hear the number, and it's Obamacare. It never worked. It never will work. It'll never be good. And I think it's a great time for the Republicans and Democrats to get together and make something that will work and let the insurance companies make money. They're entitled to that, but not the kind of money that they're making.
Would you bring Democrats in to have that discussion
Yeah, I would
now?
do that, sure.
But now, sir?
I'd say open up the government and we'll work it out. I think a lot of good things can happen from it. Well, listen, thank you very much. We have 2 big days. This is a big day.
But all right, now we're also going to get into Trump's once again his keynote remarks at APEC CEOs luncheon. So he got all the CEOs together and start, talking numbers, pretty much bragging about America's success and why these guys should continue their investments in America.
This is a very special country that I'm in, and the business leaders here at APEC are really fantastic. So many friends, and I want to thank our host at this
APEC.
Important summit, President Lee of South Korea. He's a terrific person, and I'm going to be meeting with him this afternoon, and I look forward to that very much. The Republic of Korea is a cherished American friend and a close ally, And as we can see in this beautiful city, it's truly one of the most remarkable nations anywhere on earth. Here in this peninsula, the people of South Korea have forged a miracle of economic development like you rarely see. An industrial and technological powerhouse, and above all, a free society and enduring democracy and a thriving civilization. And I want to congratulate you. It's very few places like it. The entire world should be inspired by all that you have achieved, and they study you and they do so much to understand what you've done, but most of them don't get it. And that's probably good for you. Keep it this way. Most of them don't get it. They want to get it, but it doesn't quite work out for them the same way it works out for you. So that's a great tribute to you. We have some very special people with us today, and I want to thank for the great job he's done, and also for being here, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Marco, you're around here someplace. Where's Marco? Marco, thank you. Man who's doing a fantastic job, who understands.
Oh, yeah, and to give you a quick little detail on your whole U.S. and South Korea deal. So pretty much, Washington and Korea said that they've reached an agreement, a trade agreement, after months of talk. So pretty much they're going to get $350 billion in combined spending, $200 billion in investment, and $150 billion in shipbuilding partnership. So yes, I mean, we're going to be working alongside the Koreans in shipbuilding. And, hopefully these companies that come over, they might be Korean owned, American owned, and the ones that are Korean owned, hopefully you guys will come over here and hire only Koreans and start trying to import these guys in here. Like, hopefully that's not what y'all are thinking, because they tried it in Georgia and look what we did to them.
The markets may be better than anybody. Our Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much. And somebody that you're dealing with, who you made a very good deal with, because you have very good negotiators, but he's pretty good too, Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce. Thank you, Howard. U.S. Trade Representative, Ambassador Jameson Greer is a fantastic person. And your career's Minister of Trade, Industry, and Resources, Mr. Jung Kwan Kim, who's an incredible man, actually. My people say he's very tough, however. We wish we had somebody of a little bit lesser caliber, but they decided not to do that. And so many other distinguished guests are here, so I just want to thank you very much. It's an incredible room. It's a beautiful room, by the way. All those beautiful people up there, so high up. This place is packed. Thank you. Look at it, we're waving. Thank you very much. But as you know, APEC unites Pacific nations around our growing economies and promoting our shared interests. And today I come with exciting news from one of the largest Pacific nations. We'll call ourselves a Pacific nation, but one of the largest of them all, the United States of America. I'm pleased to report to you that this afternoon, after 4 years of weakness, disaster, really decline, America is back, and it's back stronger than ever before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever seen before. We're the hottest country in the world, actually, and I say that with other countries represented, and they admit it. But I do say it very proudly. 1 year ago, our country was in very, very serious trouble. Some people thought our country was dead. Now we're literally the sort of an inspiration to a lot of other countries. We are indeed, I use the term hottest country, but we're the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. The United States is blessed with right now, the strongest economy, the strongest borders. This all happened over the last 9 months. The strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is a golden age in a short period of time. I knew we could do it. I didn't know we were going to do it this quickly. It's a little bit more than 9 months. So in less than 1 year, we've secured commitments for over $18 trillion of new investments. As an example, the previous administration.
And I would do say these investments mainly consist of manufacturing promises. So, companies promising to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And then we got also in loan guarantees, like Japan, fronting us about $350 to $550 billion in loan guarantees. And then, well, what else would there be, actually? Of course, there is the manufacturing, and then of course there's what I just mentioned. But then, oh yeah, of course, then there's also bringing back jobs. Like when Trump is pretty much finally protecting America's domestic economy, something that a lot of presidents have honestly let go. I mean, Republicans and Dems alike have honestly forgotten the American middle class let these corporations go overseas just so they can make their products for cheaper. And that leaves Americans out in the dust. But guess what? These corporations still get the benefit of selling into the biggest consumer economy in the world. And for some reason, presidents on both sides were just letting that ride.
In 4 years, they did less than $1 trillion, I think much less actually, and hurt our country very badly. Who would have known? But we're going to be 18, so I figure that we'll probably be at 20 or 21, maybe even $22 trillion of investments coming into our country by the end of the first year of my second term. And, you know, we had a tremendously successful first term. We had the strongest economy.
And the crazy thing is, the Dems would never think, or the modern day Dems would never think of nothing like this, of to bring back American jobs. I mean, you know, not without picking winners and losers like Biden was doing with the CHIPS Act. But and let's be honest, they had plenty of opportunity to bring back American jobs. They had plenty of opportunity to put sector-specific tariffs to bring back at least pharmaceuticals, to bring back like medical costs. I thought y'all cared about that, but y'all took no real action towards bringing down healthcare costs.
In history for our country, strongest we ever had. But this is, I think, blowing it away. We have great policy. We have some very good things happening. The stock market, as you know, is set 45 all-time highs since in a period of, it's pretty good, in a period of 9 months, breaking new records week after week.
Well, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
In a period of, it's pretty good, in a period of 9 months, breaking new records week after week, including one just yesterday. We set the record GDP growth in the second quarter. And that's with all of the things that we're doing. When they are built in a year and 2 years, we're going to go through the roof. I mean, we're going to see numbers that I don't think have ever been seen before. But even during this period of a little bit of a period of transition, you could go, because I think we're in an economic revolution in America. We went at 3.8%. We're up 3.8% GDP, triple and even quadruple the rate that a lot of people thought we'd be. They thought that during this period that we'd be at a much lower rate. Some people predicted 1.5, and we're going to be very close to 4. The next quarter, we're expected to be at about 4% growth. And after that, I mean, I can't even predict, because when all of these factories that are moving in, the car plants are moving in. Yesterday, I was with Mr. Toyota in Japan, and he's just announced he's going to spend, they are going to spend $10 billion, and they're going to build new car plants, and they're going to build them in numerous states, about 6 or 7 different states. And we're bringing our car industry back. We're bringing AI.
And I mean, a lot of people do forget that is going to tremendously help GDP. It's like GDP is only going to go up if we start bringing back manufacturing. I mean, which we are doing already. And then, you know, there's the one companies that started. And then there's the companies that has commitments to the United States to bring their manufacturing here, or else they face basically up to 100% tariff.
Leading everybody in AI. We're leading every nation in AI by a lot. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And meanwhile, energy prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. Grocery prices are down. Mortgage rates are down, despite the fact that we have an incompetent head of the Fed. He's incompetent. I call him Jerome Too Late. He's always too late. Jerome Too Late Powell. But he's out of there in another couple of months. We'll be very happy about that. We'll appoint somebody that we all like, because we should have the lowest interest rates of any country. Because without us, there are no other countries, really. I mean, the whole thing falls apart. You know, America always had.
I mean, yeah, without our without our consumer base, a lot of these countries just fall under. A lot of their companies lose 70% of their profit. And I mean, that's how it is for a lot of these companies in other countries. Like, they literally need American consumerism. But I mean, they take advantage of it without giving anything back to America, because you can sell to us, but you won't give no jobs here. And then you'll take your jobs, ship it overseas for cheaper, and then still be able to sell into the American economy. We're not bringing no benefits to the American people. I mean, it's absolutely crazy how any president would allow that to happen.
The lowest interest rates, and now we don't do that. We're like number 28. It's ridiculous. And we're a much different country than we were 2 years ago or a year ago even. But you know what the crazy thing is? In the old days, I call it the old days. I'm a little bit older. I'm looking at all these young, brilliant faces. I'm a slight, couple of years older than you, just a couple of years. But in the old days, when you announced good news, the stock market went up. You announced good news, the stock market would go up. Now, when you announce good news, the stock market goes down because people say, oh, that's terrible. You're doing well, that's terrible. Interest rates will go up. So they think because of that, interest rates will go up because that. It's inverse to what it should be.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to the way it used to be.
No, that is so true, because that's exactly what happened. Like, Trump would announce all these good things, good job numbers, good inflation, and then the Fed would just sit there and be like, all right, cool, well, we don't need to cut rates since you're doing so well. And Trump's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you never know when something can go bad. Why not cut rates now to stay ahead of the game? Powell literally sat there and said, and this is why we call him Too Late Powell, that, I want to wait for the economy to start going downwards. I want to wait for jobs to start falling off. I want to wait for inflation to take an uptick. And I'm like, hold on. As an economist, if you see this coming and rate cuts would help ease it, why not do it before? So, yeah, we do need to get rid of Powell. Honestly, we need to abolish the entire Fed, but, hey, we can't do that yet. So just getting rid of Powell is good enough.
When we announce good news, the stock markets are going to go up. And that's the way it should be. And we're going to really ride that very hard. And when we announce good news, we're not going to have a Fed that's going to raise interest rates because they're worried about inflation in 3 years from now or something. When we announce good news, we want the stock market to go up, not to go down. And the scourge of inflation we inherited. We inherited the worst inflation ever that we've ever had. I inherited from incompetent people, and now we're down to a very low rate of inflation, 2.7%, and it's going to be a little bit lower than that. It's almost a perfect number. Believe it or not, you don't want to have zero. You want to have like 1%.
Oh, God, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. All right, guys, let's keep it going. And Mods, let's make sure we're cleaning up the chat here, man. Some of these guys don't even have anything intelligent to say.
2%, and we're very close to that number. But we had inflation the worst in the history of our country. But factories are booming in the USA, and manufacturing productivity is rising 5 times faster than it was just 1 year ago. Think of that. Steel production is way up by 155,000 tons a week. Oil production is through the roof by 500,000 barrels a day. And mining of clean, beautiful coal, I call it clean, beautiful coal, is up by 2.6 million tons every single month. And we brought coal back into the picture. What you can do with coal today is incredible. So I call it clean, beautiful. I don't use the word coal, I say, because it's got a little bit of a problem, public relations-wise, the word. So we call it clean, beautiful. My administration's not allowed to use the word coal. They have to say clean, beautiful coal. We've given it a new name. It's a three-name deal. Even semiconductor manufacturing is rapidly returning to the United States. NVIDIA and TSMC have just produced the first state-of-the-art Blackwell chip that was 100% made in the USA. In fact, Jensen, who's an incredible guy, he might be here. I don't even know. Is Jensen here? I think he's around.
And it only makes sense that NVIDIA is making their state-of-the-art chips in the United States because, like I said, we're the biggest buyer. Like, it wouldn't make too much sense to jeopardize their profits so another chip company can take over. So, yes, NVIDIA made a pretty smart move by making their, next-gen chip in the United States because that protects them from crazy tariffs and it allows them to keep their biggest buyer while also being able to sell out to their other ones around the world.
Oh, somebody said he's here. How is he? Pretty good, right? Got a chip that's like 10 years advanced, but he's great. And they're all, building now. They're building tremendous plants in the United States, Arizona, Texas, all over. We're going to have a big portion of the chip market just in a very short period of time. But these tremendous strides are also creating great jobs for our citizens. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today than when I took office 9 months ago. Think of that. Almost 2 million people more American workers. Nobody's ever had numbers like that. And those numbers are going to get much bigger, much better than that when we open these plants that are being built all over, the AI plants. I've never seen plants this big. You know, I built shopping centers, I built a lot of things, but if you spend 250, 300 million, you can build a big shopping center. These people are spending $50 billion to build a building. And I say, what's your product? Information. I said, well, good luck. That's a lot of information you're going to have. But, you know, they're the smartest people in the world are doing it, and they all.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Think it's great. All I can do is make it easy for them. And what I've done, one of the things that I'm most proud of, because I thought of it like every country, our electricity production, our energy production is not, it's not. Nobody ever saw this kind of a revolution with the AI. And what they need more than anything is electricity. So if a country was able to do that, it would be, pretty unusual. It would be very hard, maybe you could say impossible. So I came up with a concept when they build this massive plant, sometimes the size of Manhattan. Think of that. The size of Manhattan. These plants are the biggest. I've never seen anything like it, actually. Nobody has. There's never been anything like it. But I let them build their own electricity generating plants with it. So they're building their own electric. They're sort of becoming an electric producing company in addition to all of the other things that they produce, including information. And what they're able to do is start immediately. We're giving them very fast permits. We're no longer having them wait for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years prior to rejection. They'd go 15 years and then they'd get a vote, a rejection. And by that time, their concepts were old and obsolete anyway. So, it's terrible. And we're getting it done rapidly, literally rapidly. And they're coming up with electric generating plants, the likes of which nobody has seen. The companies are standard companies that do electricity and create power companies. They've never seen anything like it because we have a level of genius, a level of people that are designing things that nobody's ever seen before that produces vast amounts of electricity for their plant. And if they have extra electricity, they sell it back into the grid. So they really, it's really been amazing. And it allows people to start building immediately, and they can't blame the government. They won't blame me because I didn't produce enough out of the grid that's 200 years old. So we have more people now working than at any time in the history of our country. We've sort of just begun. It's hard to believe, actually, if you knew where we were 2 years ago. All of this is incredible news for Americans and for nations around the globe, and it is for South Korea because we're partners. We're serious partners. We're wedded, and we have a very special relationship, a special bond. In fact, we're working with you on shipbuilding, where you're going to come in. We were the #1 in the world during World War II. We produced a ship a day. Can you believe it? Tankers and freighters and this, a ship a day. And today we're not really building ships, and we're going to start, and we're going to have a very thriving shipbuilding industry, and we're working it with South Korea very much so. In fact, some of the people in this room, they bought the Philadelphia shipyard. I think it's going to be one of the most successful yards in the world, anywhere in the world. It's great. It's known for incredible production years ago, and sort of through bad management or bad thinking by people that were prior to me. You have to blame the president. You can give the president credit or blame the president.
You got to give it to Trump. Like I said, these companies are already making their investments. They're already buying land. They're already bringing over manufacturing. Let's be honest. Give it 1-2 years, and if everything Trump says works out perfectly, we will have an economic boom in like maybe 3 different sectors. Of course, steel's going to do well. Auto's going to do well. Shipbuilding is going to start to take off where people can start working there in high numbers. Hey, that's a plus. That's definitely a plus. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to the libs losing their mind over a GIF that, well, What was it? I think South Korea. Yeah, South Korea gave Trump a crown. Yes, gave him a crown, and I think they gave him a crown just to troll the libs. I think they said, well, your enemies call you a king, so I don't know, why not troll them and actually give you a crown? I mean, hilarious, hilarious. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Whoops. Here we go. Is this it right here? There we actually. Okay, there it is.
President Trump, as we speak, is speaking in Seoul, South Korea. He's on this very high-profile trip, going to be meeting with the president of China tomorrow. Expected to get this crown from the leader of South Korea. What do you make of President Trump on the world stage, how this trip is going, Brian?
I think you could not have a more evident example of Donald Trump's aggressive insecurity than the fact that other world leaders know that this guy needs to be handed a crown to feel special. I mean,
or it could be respect on the world stage, and everybody wants to make nice to Trump because they realize that American consumerism kind of runs their economy. So you would want to play nice to the guy that can literally cripple your economy overnight. You would want to play nice to that guy. It has nothing to do with Trump's insecurity. Actually, it has everything to do with the other countries' insecurity towards their, dependence on the American market. So please stop that.
God, let me just say, thank God we don't have an emotional woman in charge of this country, because could you imagine the impulsiveness and the need for attention and adulation?
Your thoughts?
The president is
Trump didn't ask for a crown. They just gave it to him. How is that him, he needs to be supplicated to? He didn't ask for it. They gave it to him. That's what I'm saying. It's a complete outrage over nothing. It's like y'all losing on so many grounds. You got to get outraged over reconstructing the White House or a ballroom. And then now y'all crying about this man getting a gift, a crown. And here's the thing. Y'all set this man up to get a crown by calling him a king. And the whole world heard it. So guess what? The world is trolling y'all too.
very clearly taking on what he's done in his personal world and business world of being a deal maker, making sure that these alliances are strengthened after 4 years of an abysmal role on the national stage with the Biden-Harris administration.
We now are looking at that crown. Let's listen in, see if we can hear anything.
Honor befitting the best of leaders.
이 훈장을 통해 트럼프 대통령께서 보여주신 평화 수호 의지와 강한 리더십, 그리고 한미 관계에 대한 헌신에 대해서 최고의 존경과.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to support the show by sending in any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements. $2 and up. All right, guys, let's make sure we support the show now.
As we give this medal to you, we convey our highest respect and appreciation to you for demonstrating the will to defend peace, strong leadership, and dedication to the Korea-U.S. relationship.
6년 전 한반도 평화를 위한 대화의 물꼬를 펴주신 트럼프 대통령님의 업적을 기리면서 앞으로 한반도에 가져다 주신 평화와 번영에 미리 감사하는 마음으로 이 훈장을 드립니다.
To honor your achievements in paving the way toward peace on the Korean Peninsula 6 years ago, and in anticipation of the peace and prosperity you will bring to the Korean Peninsula, we present you this medal with our deepest appreciation.
With a crown.
So there is the President of the United States.
And Dems, I just want to let you guys know that y'all set yourselves up for this. You guys set Trump up to get a crown. It's because you guys call this guy a king, a dictator, all that good stuff. Now South Korea gives this guy a crown. I mean, way to go, Dems. You done got this man Trump a crown.
And the president of South Korea, we know President Trump certainly loves gold, and that is quite a gift that he is being gifted right now by the people of South Korea at this big summit. Quite an interesting moment. We are going to continue
awarding you with this medal with their deep appreciation.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor, and we're going to keep it very good. Korea is very, very special. We have a very great relationship, and it will continue and only get stronger. Thank you very much.
대단히 감사합니다. 존중이 간직하겠습니다. 한국과 미국은 아주 강력한 동맹관계이고 앞으로도 이것을 통해서 더욱더 아주 굳건한 동맹관계가 지속될 것으로 생각합니다.
That is really beautiful. I'd like to wear it right now.
Dang.
Thank you so much. We'll cherish it. Thank you very much, everybody.
소중히 간직하겠습니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
Now, don't wear that, Trump. Then they're really going to call you a king. I mean, they're really going to say you're not going to leave. I mean, bro, they literally got them trying to make the point, well, would you renovate a house that you're about to leave? I'm like, bro, like the fact that you guys cannot understand that the Trump is giving the White House a ballroom for future presidents to use. Other presidents will be able to use this ballroom. Trump's not just going to up the whole ballroom and take it to Mar-a-Lago. I hope y'all know that, when he leaves in 2028. But some of y'all will believe that, he might be around for another term. And if he is, well, so be it. So be it. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get on to the next video here with Carney. Well, actually, wrong one. Trump talks Toyota and praise beautiful friendship with Japan. And yes, our friendship with Japan has gotten pretty good. I mean, Trump seems to be playing nice with their new prime minister. I mean, shout out to their prime minister for being a woman, their first woman prime minister. So shout out to Japan for that one. Made it a way to make strides in, female empowerment. I mean, I'm praying to God that works out for you guys.
U.S. President Donald Trump, meanwhile, is celebrating a successful trip to Japan. Just a short time ago, he visited American troops aboard the USS George Washington. It is one of the final stops in the country before he leaves on Wednesday. President Trump also meeting with Japanese Prime Minister Tsunei Takaichi in Tokyo earlier. The two leaders signed an agreement on critical minerals and rare earths and showered each other with praise. We are covering all the angles of the president's trip to Japan. Hanako Montgomery is standing by for us in Tokyo. But first, let's bring in senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes. And Kristen, it just seems like the partnership between these two countries has only grown more with this trip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know, right? But what were you guys saying? Oh, tariffs are going to drive all of our partners away. They'll never look at us the same. Yeah, I mean, now we got even stronger relationships with them. They're more invested in our economy. They're sending jobs over here, and they're allowing our products into their economy. So, yeah, everything you said about those tariffs and our relationship with countries was completely wrong.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what we expected, particularly given who this prime minister is. She is a mentee of Shinzo Abe, who President Trump was incredibly close to his first term. In fact, he's called Shinzo Abe one of the best friends that he had. And when you look back at the fact that President Trump was close to almost no world leaders his first term, it really shows you just how deep that relationship was. And
now this lady does have high marks. They do say she's a conservative. She's like, yeah, like I said, she's a apprentice of the old prime minister that Trump was really cool with. So that means she picked up on some of this old president's ideals. And I'm pretty sure that president said, Shinzo said, yeah, play nice with Trump. Play nice with the U.S. and Trump. I'm pretty sure that's a really basic lesson you would teach any prime minister in Japan.
what we saw today was nothing short of that. He praised not only Abe, but the new prime minister and said they believed it was going to be a great relationship. He also praised the alliance between the U.S. and Japan, and it was a clear flex of muscle as President Trump goes into this meeting at the end of his trip with Chinese President Xi. One of the interesting things we heard from President Trump, particularly when it comes to defense, was an announcement of U.S. missiles coming to Japan. Take a listen.
I'm delighted to report that I've just approved the first batch of missiles. You saw a couple of them coming down with me. I hugged them. We need them. They're the best in the world. Nobody has them like we have them. They all want our missiles. That's the problem. Everybody wants them. But it's the first batch of missiles to be delivered to the Japanese self-defense forces for Japan's F-35s. And they're coming this week, so they're ahead of schedule. So I just want to tell Madam Prime Minister, they've been waiting for those missiles, and we got them here right away.
Now, a couple of other things to note. They also agreed to a free and open and clear Indo-Pacific. This idea that this was not sovereign territory, that is in direct, really.
And shout out to Maine, said Trump is number one. Change my mind with logic. Yeah, you got to make sure you add that with logic part in there. Because y'all seen what happened to me, that guy who came up and I said, so what's your disagreement? Trump's a Nazi, Hegseth's a Nazi, Stephen Miller, they're all Nazis. Okay. Do you have any proof of that? No, I don't. But don't you remember that one segment in Fox News that I cannot name, or this one speech that I don't know the date of, that they was talking about Nazis? Don't you know? It's like, no, I don't. Actually, I don't think anybody does. So it is, trust me, yes, with logic, please. Because trust me, the last guy to try to tell me why Trump was bad, they couldn't do it with logic or bring up any relevant sources or facts.
In the face of China, who in recent years has tried to claim sovereign territory over the Indo-Pacific. In addition, they signed a rare minerals deal, which is very important to President Trump as he's trying to get the U.S. to be less dependent.
Oh, shoot, and shout out my man Maine for starting us off. Appreciate the support, my friend.
On China for these rare earths. All of this to say, this has gone not unnoticed by us as we've been reporting on it, obviously, how close the two seemed, how strong the bond seemed, but also by China. We also just saw a statement from the foreign ministry spokesperson essentially urging Japan to maintain and respect the security concerns of their neighbors. So a direct response China having to what they're seeing as well, which of course is what President Trump wanted in this situation.
All right, Kristen Holmes, along with the president's trip in Japan for us. Let's now.
But all right, now let's get over to, let's get over from Japan to Canada. Because, our man Carney, he has something to say. Carney takes questions following Trump's 10% tariff hike on Canada, which is only going to further hurt their economy, which is only going to further hurt their manufacturing base because they want to be childish and pretty much take our ex-president out of context when it comes to tariffs. Pretty much making it seem like like Ronald Reagan was completely against the idea of tariffs, when even he admitted that, yeah, if a country's operating unfairly like Japan was back in that day with semiconductors, you best put tariffs on them. Actually, you best put tariffs on any country that operates unfairly with using tariffs. Just like Canada, just like Japan, just like China, just like India. Isn't that crazy how we're kind of following that man's, method of using tariffs? But then they try to say that, oh, you're going against Reagan. I mean, when did the Dems ever really care about Reagan? When it comes, what? Oh, only when you're trying to prove a point against Trump? Okay.
President Trump says he's canceled these trade talks because he's upset about the Ontario government ad. We've heard from the Business Council of Canada and even some of President Trump's own advisors who suggest the frustration with Canada runs deeper. So is this about the ads or is this about something else?
Well, look, as I say, and there were a series of very detailed, very specific, very comprehensive discussions, negotiations on the areas I just listed to in response to the previous question, up until the point of those ads running.
Have you had any contact with President Trump since Thursday?
I have not.
Given that President Trump said today on Air Force One, I don't know if you heard this, but in the last hour he said he doesn't plan to meet with you for a long time. Is it worth continuing to pursue a discussion, a meeting, a phone call with him at this point?
I didn't see the comment. Look, we stand ready to sit down with the United States, myself with the president, my colleagues with their colleagues, when the U.S. is ready to sit down. We had made considerable progress on a supplement to the trading relationship that we had, considerable progress in the areas of steel, aluminum, and energy, associated areas as well.
Actually, it's only been nothing but honestly little slide attacks by China. Because what was the first one? The first slide attack was the digital sales tax. I was mainly going to hit American companies because, all the social media companies operate in America. And he was about to hit them with a pretty much a digital sales tax. And he's about to make it retroactive going all the way back to 2022. So you're about to make all these tech companies start paying billions of dollars in taxes to Canada because you guys want to impose a new, that digital sales tax that only applied to American social media companies. Yeah, you guys have already tried some sly things. And then when you drop that back, now you guys want to go ahead with this ad. Canada, let's be honest now, you're not really operating in good faith right now.
And as I just said, we're ready to sit down when they're ready to do that. If they're not ready to do that, as those comments indicate, then we were always going to do these things, to be clear. we're going to first and foremost build our economy, build it with generational investments, and you will see that not just the scale of the ambition, but the speed with which we put that into effect in the budget on November 4th, and continue to do what we've been doing over the course of the last few days and over the course of recent months, which is to build those other partnerships and deepen those other partnerships on which we're getting very much traction. Thank you.
President Trump says he's canceled these trade talks because he's upset about the Ontario government ad. We've heard from the Business Council of Canada and even some of President Trump's own advisors who suggest the frustration with Canada runs deeper. So is this about the ads or is this about something else?
Well, look, as I say, and
well, let's be real. It is a bit deeper because you took one of the U.S. presidents out of context, which is a bit disrespectful. So, and seeing that, Trump has huge respect for Ronald Reagan, the fact that you did that and bastardized the man's message, yes, that is highly offensive. It was highly offensive to the Ronald Reagan Foundation. It was highly offensive to Trump. There's just that personal reason alone. And then, of course, he also felt like you were trying to sway their Supreme Court decision by trying to make it seem like, oh, well, Reagan never agreed with these tariffs. Why are you guys? When actually Reagan would agree with these tariffs because there are retaliations to unfair trade policies taken up by other countries.
We're a series of very detailed, very specific, very comprehensive discussions, negotiations on the areas I just listed in response to the previous question, up until the point of those ads running. First point. Second point, I would suggest you take the president at his word for his reason. And that is the reason why, from the perspective of the federal government, which I'm responsible, we stand ready to pick up on those discussions when the United States wishes to pick up on those discussions. So those in the room, those exchanging term sheets, those having the discussions about specific areas where we can make mutual progress to the benefit of workers and businesses and communities in our respective countries had been making progress. Those ads came. The president had the reactions which you have seen, made the decisions that he has made, which, those are his decisions to take, and we're in the situation we're in.
As a follow-up, Prime Minister, given everything that we've seen, do you really think the United States is interested in making a trade deal with Canada?
Look, we are their second largest trading partner. We provide a series of essential goods for their economy. We are one.
Yeah, and that's the problem, dog. You guys are replaceable. You guys are extremely replaceable. And lumber, replaceable. Energy, replaceable. Cars, well, our car companies are operating in your country. So that as soon as those tariffs hit and we can hike them up, that will start coming back here. And therefore, your workforce, replaceable. So please, don't act like you got any real leverage with us.
Many providers, but we provide in some areas essential goods for their economy.
What?
And we create more room for them to do other things. I'll give you an example.
No, you just take jobs. That's pretty much what you do. Since you guys are handling out the lumber, that kind of leaves our lumber guys at a disadvantage. So since you guys got some of these factories in your spot, in Canada, that takes away from our people. So no, not really. It kind of seems like we've just been benefiting y'all and y'all have not been benefiting us whatsoever. And then when we bring it up, you want to give us this, be real with you, this word salad of, we're your strongest trade partner and you get essentials from us that we can get from other places or that we have ourselves. Canada, tell me how you're not replaceable. And shout out to S.E.T. Can you play that ad? Also, some of the libs need to look up Richard Lamb 2003 speech on how to destroy America. You know what? I'm gonna have to look that one up because I don't even think I've heard that. But I'm definitely gonna play the ad because, like I said, the way they took this man out of context is crazy. It's like they literally played maybe like the last minute of the ad, and that was it. Or but the presidential address. So, and that was it. They didn't play the beginning because if they played the beginning of what Ronald Reagan was saying, I mean, the whole idea that Ronald Reagan would be against Trump would just get thrown out the window. But don't worry, I got you.
If you look at Canadian exports of aluminum to the United States, and aluminum is bauxite and energy. I mean, there's a little more to it, but you can simplify it to that. The embedded energy in the Canadian aluminum exports, which provides 60% of the aluminum to the U.S. market, is the equivalent of the energy of 10 Hoover dams.
Yeah, I know. Steel and aluminum. Guess what we're trying to do, buddy? We're trying to start manufacturing on our own steel and aluminum. So it's not like we can't replace you. It's not like that 60% can't go to 40%. Not like we're just going to completely abandon these guys, but let's be real. We can shrink the amount that we buy from you guys in steel and aluminum because we got it here. Like, please, like I said, tell us how you're not replaceable.
In the United States. Now, is the best use of that scale of energy, creating that scale of energy to make aluminum in the United States, as opposed to continue to foster and power the AI revolution, which the U.S. is leading, or power homes and others. I mean, these are decisions for the United States to make. Point being, as a supplier to the United States, and I gave aluminum as one, I could give many examples, we are an important supplier in many areas. As well, we are a large customer. For over 30 states, Canada is the largest export customer for those states in the United States. So there is a very strong, deep trading relationship. And there is an alignment of interests in many areas. And that's the reason why we have elements of the arrangements that we have today with a large degree of low tariff trade. And
I mean, Carney, I hear what you're saying, but your point doesn't really stand too hard if you got your own people talking about boycotting American products. I mean, like, okay, cool. I mean, that kind of takes away one of y'all, I would say, cards in negotiating. So, I mean, yo, Canada, if you want to take away one of your own prime minister cards in negotiating, please stop buying American products. Go ahead. See how that works out for y'all.
Benefits from that. We're ready to have those discussions to further improve them, and we'll have them when it's appropriate.
But all right, though, shout out Tove. We're going to go ahead and get into President Reagan's address when it came to these tariffs, and it's like probably my third time playing this. So don't worry, I'll go ahead and I'll do some breakdowns in between. But let's get right into it. When pretty much the presidential address that Canada bastardized and pretty much took out of context completely. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
My fellow Americans, Prime Minister Nakasone of Japan will be visiting me here at the White House next week. It's an important visit because while I expect to take up our relations with our good friend Japan, which overall remain excellent, recent disagreements between our two countries on the issue of trade will also be high on our agenda. As perhaps you've heard, last week I placed new duties on some Japanese products in response to Japan's inability to enforce their trade agreement with us on electronic devices called semiconductors. Now,
Libs, did you catch that? Now, I mean, if you're a lib and you didn't catch that, let me break it down for you. He's pretty much saying that he's imposing duties and tariffs. Why? Because Japan is operating unfairly with their trade in chips and semiconductors. What is Trump doing? Basically the same thing. I mean, they got tariffs on us. We don't got tariffs on them. Or they got import limitation and bans on us. We don't got none on them. Well, that requires us to also take action against them as well because they're taking trade action against us. I mean, according to Ronald Reagan, fair is fair.
Using such tariffs or trade barriers and restrictions of any kind are steps that I am loath to take. And in a moment, I'll mention the sound economic reasons for this, that over the long run, such trade barriers hurt every American worker and consumer. But the Japanese semiconductors were a special case. We had clear evidence that Japanese companies were engaging in unfair trade practices that violated an agreement between Japan and the United States. We expect our trading partners to live up to their agreements. As I've often said, our commitment to free trade is also a commitment to fair trade. But in imposing these tariffs, we were just trying to deal with a particular problem, not begin a trade war. So next week, I'll be giving Prime Minister Nakasone this same message. We want to continue to work cooperatively on trade problems and want very much to lift these trade restrictions as soon as evidence permits.
I mean, just like Trump. I mean, look, even Trump says, I don't want to sit there and decouple from China or any of these countries. But if they persist with the unfair trade policies, then yes, the tariffs will keep on coming. Just like my guy Reagan is saying that, yo, if you guys don't want to play nice, then we'll have to play like this as well. Even though Reagan don't like to play like this, even though he should have been playing like this with a lot of these corporations, a lot of these countries. It's not just Japan. He really should have been playing like this with China as well. But hey, it is what it is. I mean, he was a believer in free trade. I'm not a believer in free trade. I believe it's a very flawed thing, or a very flawed economic policy. So we'll get into that later.
To do this because we feel both Japan and the United States have an obligation to promote the prosperity and economic development that only free trade can bring. Now, that message of free trade is one I conveyed to Canada's leaders a few weeks ago. And it was.
Here's the worst thing about it. Free trade is, as far as economic development, it helped the economic development of other countries, India, China, Malaysia. I mean, bro, when it came to free trade, it helped develop other countries. It helped economically develop other countries while it gutted ours. That's the problem with free trade. So when Nixon's talking about economic development and free trade, it's not ours. We're not getting no economic development. The guys overseas are. Our jobs are being taken. We're losing expertise in certain areas. They're getting the economic development and free trade, not us.
Warmly received there. Indeed,
all we got was cheap goods that gave us lead poisoning sometimes.
Indeed, throughout the world, there's a growing realization that the way to prosperity for all nations is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition. Now, there are sound historical reasons for this. For those of us who lived through the Great Depression, the memory of the suffering it caused is deep and searing. And today, many economic analysts and historians argue that high tariff legislation passed back in that period, called the Smoot-Hawley tariff, greatly.
Now, and here's the misconception about the Smoot-Hawley tariff. I mean, this guy on CNN who wrote a book about the Depression even said that, yeah, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, those weren't the cause of the Depression. The Depression was already in swing. The markets was already crashing, and President Hoover was trying to save face with the farmers, and he promised the farmers that, all right, I'll put tariffs to protect you guys. So as a last-ditch effort to kind of save his reputation and, do good on a promise, Hoover invoked those tariffs, which made things even worse. So, yeah, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs weren't the cause of the Great Depression. It just made the Great Depression worse.
Deepened the Depression and prevented economic recovery. You see, at first, when someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports, it looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs.
I mean,
that's
what India's doing. They're protecting their products and jobs. China protecting their products and jobs. I mean, a lot of countries do the same thing that Ronald Reagan is claiming that he low-key was getting mad at Japan for. It's kind of funny. Like, what he's getting mad at Japan for, countries are doing today.
Sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. What eventually occurs is, first, homegrown industries start relying on government protection in the form of high tariffs. They stop competing and stop making the innovative management and technological changes they need to succeed.
I mean, dog, they're going to stop competing if they're getting outpriced or they're getting under. I mean, if they're getting outpriced by the other guys, that's making their stuff overseas. That's making it cheaper than them. That's selling it for way lower. Like, you could damn near say the same thing. You could flip it on his head the other way and pretty much say, nah, I mean, no, that's actually hurting Americans. You're not really helping them. You're not really stifling innovation by protecting your domestic market. I mean, look at China. Have they stifled their invention? Have they stifled their technological advancement because they protect their domestic markets? No. So Reagan was completely wrong on that one.
World markets. And then while all this is going on, something even...
Well, honestly, and all the other free trade conservatives, be quite honest. I mean, y'all act like we don't disagree with the right sometimes. We do. It's just that, I'm going to be real with you, most of the time we don't. And it's mainly when it comes to these social issues and economic issues because, well, you Dems don't really run off common sense when it comes to those. You kind of run off the fifis. We ain't got time for that.
Even worse occurs. High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries and the triggering of fierce trade wars. The result is more and more tariffs, higher and higher trade barriers, and less competition. So soon, because of the prices made artificially high by tariffs that subsidize inefficiency and poor management, people stop buying. Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industry.
I mean, the straight assumption that American entrepreneurs or American engineering would be stifled without free trade is insane. I mean, like, now that I'm hearing this again, whoever wrote that for Reagan, if I was sitting down with Reagan, I'm like, Reagan, you don't believe that, bro. Come on, bro. On his face, that don't even make sense. You're pretty much saying we're all just going to go dumb. It's just because free trade stopped? Just because we start protecting our industries, people are going to stop the technological advancement. That just don't make sense. I'm sorry. I'd have had to stop him on that whole note right there.
Industry shut down and millions of people lose their jobs. The memory of all this occurring back in the 30s made me determined when I came to Washington to spare the American people the protectionist legislation that destroys prosperity. Now, it hasn't always been easy. There are those in the Congress, just as there were back in the 30s, who want to go for the quick political advantage, who risk America's prosperity for the sake of a short-term appeal to some special interest group, who forget that more than 5 million American jobs are directly tied to the foreign export business, and additional millions are tied to import.
Bro, we lost way more jobs letting jobs export to other countries, okay? We lost way more jobs doing that than low-key protecting the domestic industry. I'll tell you that right now, Reagan. And I don't know why. They're almost acting like there wasn't like no type of perfect balance. Like, you know, there was a perfect balance of stuff we could allow overseas and stuff that we had to keep here. There was a perfect balance there, but for some reason, and this happened under Reagan, Nixon, Reagan, and all them, that this crazy outflux of jobs going overseas, and these guys are over here still championing free trade while they're seeing factories all over the United States close down. But they're still championing free trade, but it's all good, though, because the economy's growing. It's like, well, we see how that worked out.
Well, I've never forgotten those jobs, and on trade issues, by and large, we've done well. In certain select cases, like the Japanese semiconductors, we've taken steps to stop unfair practices against American products, but we've still maintained our basic long-term commitment to free trade and economic growth. So, with my meeting with Prime Minister Nakasone and the Venice Economic Summit coming up, it's terribly important not to restrict a president's options in such trade dealings with foreign governments. Unfortunately, some in the Congress are trying to do exactly that. I'll keep you informed on this dangerous legislation because it's just another form of protectionism, and I may need your help to stop it.
Bro,
remember,
protecting American jobs, and you calling that, it's a dangerous form of protectionism. Man, I mean, like I said, I agree with it a lot, Ronald Reagan, on a good amount of things, but the whole free trade, like back in the day, that a lot of like Republicans shared, even the Democrats, I could never agree with it. It just did not make no sense on his face, and it damn near required the complete disrespect of the American workforce to help y'all sell it. Y'all damn near had to say, well, we're just gonna go dumb and stop innovating if we just stop free trade. Like, bro, what? Like, really? But okay. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video. And guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Great way to keep the stream going. And if you can't do that, make sure to double tap the screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, guys, let's go over to CNN. Let's go to the less firecracker, Anna Kasparian. I mean, boy, this girl can definitely take anybody's head off in a debate. I mean, she'll be wrong. She could be wrong, and she'll still take your head off in a debate.
You know, this is a shutdown that could very well just not end because nobody seems to be that interested in ending it. But for Americans who are on SNAP, this weekend is going to be where they're going to have to face the reality that, honestly, $188 in this economy is not even a whole lot of money for food, but it's going to go away.
I mean, luckily we have the money to bail out Argentina to the tune of $40 billion, and by bailing out,
And I would grill Anna. I'm like, Anna, You understand that your party was the party of USAID, right? You were okay with sending all this USAID money, American money, to all over the effing world for LGBTQ agendas and other stupid activities, other stupid agendas. But we're trying to create economic stability in the region of South America, and you guys are bitching? Y'all was literally giving money for transgender surgeries in a foreign country that they don't give a shit about transgenderism. We're trying to make sure that Brazil, Chile, Venezuela, Cambodia all don't fall because the economy of Argentina goes with it. It's called making sure we maintain economic regional stability. That's what it's called. Man, I don't know why, but y'all need to do some research instead of always thinking that everything Trump do is bad.
Argentina, of course. The Trump administration is helping to bail out the hedge funds invested in Argentina.
Oh, perfect. Shout out to Tove. She said, "Set Richard Lamb's speech in general chat. Gotcha. Appreciate that, Tove. Hey, yo, shout out Tove and Maine for supporting the work, man. I appreciate you guys. Hey, man, don't leave it all up to them now, though.
It's not a good look when the Republican Party won't concede on the one thing that's important here, which is add the subsidies to the Affordable Care Act so people's health care premiums don't double. And that's it. That's what the Democrats are asking for. But Republicans refuse.
No, Anna. The Republicans said we'll give you guys a 1-year extension. You guys refused the 1-year extension. You wanted to make it permanent. And guess what? Even with the Obamacare health care subsidies, your healthcare still goes up by 30%. Without them, you're right. They will go up by triple, double. Yeah, it would be pretty bad. But here's the thing. Doesn't it prove that it's a failing system when even with the Obamacare healthcare subsidies, prices still go up? Your premium still goes up. Doesn't that mean you are trying to just put money into a failing system that's supposed to be giving us affordable healthcare? But it seems like even with the government subsidies, healthcare is becoming more unaffordable. I mean, how does that work? Why do you keep putting money into this system that's constantly showing failure? Like, where's the common sense here? Or is it all about protecting Obama's legacy?
To sign on to that. And if we're going to keep having this dysfunctional government situation or congressional situation year after year, I mean, they're still collecting my taxes. Why are they collecting my taxes? For what? And what's the...
And here's the thing. I get the argument of, well, the Republicans don't have anything. They're trying to argue for reforms. They can't really do that with the government shutdown. So at least they're talking about reforms. And here's the problem. The Dems aren't trying to let this thing go. As you see, everybody agrees that Obamacare isn't the best. We all agree that it's basically a failing system. Okay, if we can both agree that, me conservative, you a liberal, then why are the Dems continuously pouring money into a failing system instead of talking about reforms? Like, think about it. Even what you guys are telling me, you're pretty much blaming the Dems. You're pretty much saying, like, yeah, you're right. We should be talking about healthcare reforms. We don't feel like the Republicans want that, but they do. They do want healthcare reforms. The problem is that the Dems don't. They want to keep on dumping money into a failing system, and the Republicans are like, what are you doing? I thought we were supposed to reform this, not keep putting money into a bad idea.
Important work that Mike Johnson is doing right now and the Republicans are doing right now. Does anyone know? I mean, there's some Republicans on the panel right now. Can you guys tell me the important work they're doing?
All Republicans want is for Democrats to do what Democrats have demanded others do time and time again. What Democrats themselves have done: vote for clean CRs.
Do you think that premium should double?
Do you think premium should double? That your party chose to have subsidies
This is a product of the Democratic Party's own
doing.
Should the
premiums double?
They're looking and they're trying to point the finger at the Republican Party.
It's a simple question. Should the premiums double?
Should they open up the government? The answer is yes.
The government will
open up the government
if they
we can get
give
into
the
those
Democrats the
negotiations.
one thing they're asking for, which is a just issue.
No, that's actually wrong, Anna. That's not the one thing they're asking for. That's an absolute lie. Remember, they're asking for the extension or the permanence of the Obamacare subsidies, and then they're also asking for the reversal of Trump's Medicaid cuts in the Big Beautiful Bill. And they also want to add another $150 billion on top of that. So they want to reverse the cuts of about $900 billion, and then they want to add another $150 billion to give you a total of $1.5 trillion in Medicaid spending. This is what they want. So when you saying this is the one thing that they want, that's not true.
premiums, and we just talked about SNAP benefits. Who cares about health care when you cannot put food on the table? You have millions
SNAP
of
benefits
Americans.
are important too.
You have a lot of Americans that are going to be without food stamps.
So you want the
because of
Democrats to sign on to funding the government
this is why
in a situation
I mean, yes, you want the Democrats to sign on to funding the government so these people can get their benefits, and then we can go ahead and talk about healthcare reforms. We'll even give you guys the 1-year extension, and then everything's all good. But this is the problem, though. They don't care about the 1-year extension on Obamacare healthcare subsidies. They know that's a failing plan anyway, because, I mean, once they're passed and healthcare premiums still go up, trust me, their base is going to be pretty pissed because, I mean, you guys shut down the government pretty much saying that, oh, you're doing this for our healthcare premiums, but my healthcare premiums still went up. Like, trust me, eventually the Democratic base is going to catch on to the BS.
We want them to do what they've committed to do time and time again. What is the difference? What is the difference of the bill? What is the difference for the bill that you voted for? What is the difference?
This is the new Democratic Party.
That is wild. So, Anna, you're pretty much saying that we should allow the American people to be held hostage, let them not get paid, let them lose food stamps. And we're the ones who don't care about the American people? Bro, what? It's like, sweetheart, even if we didn't vote on extending Obama healthcare subsidies, at least we're making sure people get paid and not starving because they're not getting SNAP benefits. And I don't really honestly believe that people will be starving without SNAP, but it is what it is. So you can't sit here and say that we don't care about people when we're trying to get the people who actually need help, that government funding. You're over here trying to hold up that for healthcare subsidies that don't even really help lower the price of healthcare. Are you serious? And we don't care about the American people? Oh man, this is insane.
I have to say, it's amazing to get lectures on how much you care about SNAP benefits.
Because I have family members on SNAP.
Well, then why did you support the president when he asked for and got $186 billion of cuts to SNAP?
Because there was $186 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, let's be real. There's a lot of people on SNAP wasn't supposed to be on there. There's a lot of people who were fraudulent on the system. Yes, there was fraud in SNAP. That's the only reason. So what are you talking about? And guess what? Even with the cuts to SNAP, people were still receiving their SNAP benefits. Still. So what are you talking about? Y'all guys acting like these cuts to SNAP like dramatically just took it away from people when it didn't. Like nobody got kicked off SNAP because of the cuts. Now they may have got kicked off SNAP because of the new requirements, but not because of the cuts.
Cleaning up the program from waste, fraud, and abuse.
Oh my
you and I
God,
both
that
know
is
that.
all ridiculous.
Because you cannot
People
have a program. No.
from those
straw man's argument.
Yeah, people are going to go hungry because you guys refuse to open up the government over healthcare subsidies that will still let healthcare premiums price rise. Still, please tell me who has a more failing position. The people who are arguing for a failing healthcare subsidy or the people that's arguing to reopen the government so the American people can get paid and get their benefits? Please tell me which one cares about the American people more.
Those people, I'm sorry, you just paid for 186. You took 100.
Hey, shout out Luna. Appreciate the support. Sis said they tripping on daytime. I mean, yes, they are. Man, trust me, Luna. The libs trip out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's nonstop. So, shout out to them, though. Hey, man, the consistency is real.
$186 billion out of the SNAP program. $186 billion.
I mean, we had somebody in here literally cry about, getting pretty much put in timeout. Like, guys, if you get put in timeout, it's just because you say something out of hand, and you just got put in timeout. Coming in here crying like you got banned is going to get you banned. I just want to let you know that right now. It's best you just be like, all right, time me out for 600 seconds. I'll take that. Come back in and just continue the conversation. You can still go ahead and make fun of Trump, still go ahead and try to say that I'm wrong. I mean, I don't care about the opposing views, but when you try to be disrespectful and come here and be like, you banned me. Oh, no, I didn't, but you are going to get banned now. So please don't try us.
That will go
waste, fraud, and abuse.
It's not waste, fraud, and abuse. It will. You like to say that, but it's actually false.
Look at what we actually
did. Money, and you
but this is the overall problem. What you're mad about is the passage of one big beautiful bill. You guys have to realize that elections have consequences, and your side lost.
I mean, here's the thing, though. Tax cuts for billionaires and American people have nothing to do with the SNAP benefits and the funding of SNAP benefits. Those are already going to be funded regardless if billionaires got tax cuts. The problem is that you guys shut down the government. That's why. So you guys claiming that you care about these people that are on benefits, but you're keeping the government shut down, and that's hurting the people on benefits. Then you're saying you're doing it for healthcare subsidies that still raise the prices of healthcare. Please, like y'all are in a losing position. This is why we're calling it the Schumer shutdown for a reason.
Just on the waste, fraud, and abuse point, over the last 15 years, SNAP fraud has fallen from 4% to 1%. So there's already very little fraud in the SNAP program, according to the government.
$180 billion is a lot more.
Dude, but look,
People who get SNAP don't work. Fact, most participants, most SNAP participants who can work do. And that's true. But here's the thing, though. I've heard people like Dean Withers say, "Oh, don't you know that you always have to work to get SNAP benefits?" I was like, that's not true. You could be like a single mother with hella kids, and if you got a condition, well, you don't got to work. Actually, you can have hella kids and don't got to work and still get a good amount of SNAP benefits. Let's see. SNAP drains the economy. SNAP boosts the economy. Each $1 in benefits during a downturn raises GDP by $1.50. Well, I mean, you are just taking other people's money and giving it to other people to go buy food. So, I mean, it goes to stand that there is still a circulation of money. SNAP benefits go to undocumented immigrants. Now, I'm sorry, you guys may want to say this is untrue, but I mean, this was proven, in Chicago. This was proven on the border states that these guys are getting put in hotels with EBT cards with thousands of dollars in them, state funded, of course. But okay, undocumented immigrants are ineligible. The program is limited to U.S. citizens / certain lawful present immigrants, which is true. I mean, it should be only for them. And we say the same thing about healthcare, but we see how there's clinics that are willing to offer healthcare services regardless of your residential status. So just because we say it's illegal doesn't mean it's not happening. I mean, we say it's illegal to hire illegal immigrants for work, but we know it's happening. All right, and SNAP is rifled with fraud. Over the past 15 years, SNAP fraud has fallen from 4% to 1%. I mean, okay, dog. Let's just you want to sit here and say that, oh, well, the fraud went down? There was still fraud in it. But okay.
Regardless of that, I mean, people who are on the program right now are going to not have benefits. I think it's interesting because the Trump administration says, there's $6 billion in the emergency fund. $8 billion is needed to cover the month of November. They're saying that they can't use that money because that money needs to be set aside for, hurricanes and other emergencies. But they've been willing to move money around for all kinds of other
for aviation safety,
all kinds of other. They've been willing to move money around for all kinds of other reasons. The question is, why not this one? Tara, let me let Tara have a moment.
We have to all acknowledge that these are political games that are being played by both sides.
Oh, guys, you have any question, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I would literally love the disagreeers to put their money where their mouth is, or at least offer to come up and debate me. I'll take either one. At least put the money where your mouth is. Send in your disagreements and see if I don't dismantle it, because I most likely will. Because trust me, I low-key stopped responding to the naysayers because after 3 days of doing this, I've realized that you guys can't back up anything you're saying, and you guys listen to other people for your arguments. I mean, instead of debating me, you go be like, well, go debate Parker, go debate Dean Witherspoon, go debate Dean Withers. And here's the thing. They're too busy debating 100 MAGA guys who lined up. So here's a MAGA guy asking for a debate, and I got basically only one lib that will pull up and debate me. So guess what? This proves that, well, MAGA's willing to have that conversation, and the left is all they do is hide and throw insults, like you guys are doing now, behind faceless accounts. The cowards. I know, right?
Of course, it's politics. The Democrats could open the government tomorrow, but they are using an old Republican tactic of closing the government to have leverage right now.
Who closed the government? This is the Democrats who closed it.
But they are doing it for leverage. And
the Democrats are.
I mean, at least she admitted it. She says, yeah, well, they're doing it for leverage. Okay, well, you admitted that, yes, the Democrats are closing the government down for leverage because they want to get their way with what? Well, with the health care. And they also want to get their way with the Obamacare subsidies. Here's the thing, though. They already got their health care. They already got the Obamacare subsidy. Got a 1-year extension. The problem is there's no way in the world, okay? I'm gonna tell you this right now, get it out your head, but there's no way in the world that the Dems are gonna improve the $1.5 trillion in spending. Like, there's not gonna happen. Get it out your head. You're gonna hurt your feelings thinking that.
Realize that the Democrats are not
You have the
holding,
number
so
two
now
in the
they are
House.
withholding SNAP
You have the
benefits,
number
which
two
they could
House
also
Democrats
do-
saying that this is a leveraged way.
In
Mhm.
2018, they had the same
It's
risk.
2025.
No, in 2018, they had the same risk of losing food stamps, SNAP benefits, and they went into another reserve to cover it during Trump's longest shutdown. Okay?
And that was the Trump
And
administration.
so the point is that both are withholding funds.
You all
and
are
aid
ignoring.
and ability.
You all are
But
ignoring.
here's the thing, I don't think you Dems want that. You don't want Trump to go ahead and cover SNAP. If Trump go ahead and cover SNAP, that's gonna make you guys look even worse. Because he got the money to do it. The shout out to the tariff revenue. We have the money to do so. But let's be quite honest. The fact that now the Dems are honestly officially being blamed for the shutdown because some of your own has admitted that they're using this as leverage. Using the American people as leverage is pretty freaking sick, but it is what it is. So even when y'all own come out, like, you're kind of losing the American people with this. Nobody's really on y'all side. So I'm just gonna be honest. If you guys leave it to Trump and you guys leave it to Trump to take care of WIC and SNAP, that's only gonna put more people on Trump's side. That's only gonna make Trump look even better. Because while the Dems sat around and was okay with letting people lose their benefits and their pay, Trump came in and got a donor to come out for military pay. Trump came in and he put money towards a WIC and put money towards SNAP. If you let this man do that for you guys are fucked for midterms. Fucked. Like, I'm sorry for the language, but you'd be officially screwed.
Sit down and actually
So let's just address what she said, because she's arguing, and I think there's good reason to believe that obviously there are political games being played here. Democrats are keeping the government shut down until they get concessions on health care, and the Trump administration
Okay, so now y'all are admitting it. Now they're finally admitting it. All this, oh, well, Republicans control the House and the Senate. Now they realize how dumb that argument sound. Now they're admitting it. The Democrats are keeping the government shut down for health care. So when we say it's a Schumer shutdown, and you Dems try to say, no, it's the Republicans' fault, I just want to let you guys know. The Dems are snitching on themselves and saying it. What the hell do you look like saying different? Okay.
which in the past has used other funds to cover SNAP benefits, is not doing it now. Why?
Okay, we have to step back for a moment. The Democrats have been getting rolled for the past 9 months by the President of the United States. They haven't had an answer for how to get after what the President has been doing, his historic agenda. So now they have their rally around the flag moment. We're going to stick it to Trump. Who they're really sticking it to is the American people. They're holding this government hostage for what?
Let's just
if you
address,
open
let me
up
address
the government,
that
we can get to these negotiations about SNAP.
Let me re-ask you the question that I asked you, which is that we know that the Trump administration of the past has been willing to use other funds to cover SNAP benefits. We know that the Trump administration of present has been willing to use other funds to cover other emergency needs for people that need to be paid. Why will they not do this on the issue of food on the table for...
Don't you think he's waiting on you guys to F up? He's waiting on it. He's waiting to see if you guys open up the government before he makes that announcement. Because if I guarantee you, if Trump was to say today, all right, well, if the Dems let the food run out, let SNAP benefits run dry, I'll go ahead and I'll fund it. At that point, like I said, you guys are screwed for midterms. So, and I'm pretty sure if Trump came out and said this today, you guys would open up the government tomorrow. So no, Trump is waiting. He's going to wait till the time runs out. And then he's going to come out of nowhere and be like, don't worry, I got you guys. But let's take a remind you how the Dems left you guys out to dry for healthcare subsidies that didn't even work. Remember that part, guys. Remember, is it really F Trump? Come on, man. Like, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm giving you guys a scenario. If the man literally came out and handed out the benefits, SNAP benefits, refunded them, he can literally sit there and bash the Dems all day as they were sitting there fighting about a healthcare system that does not work, trying to pour more money into it. They should have been focusing on making sure that money was being poured into the SNAP benefits, to federal workers, and all that good stuff. That's what it should have been measured. That should have been their first priority. But here's the thing. Under Biden, they had 4 years. 4 years for healthcare reforms. 4 years of dealing with this failing healthcare plan that was throwing us in a deficit as well. 4 years, and they did nothing about it.
children under 5, children 5 to 17,
very clear of who's going to be impacted.
Adults over 60 years old, people with disabilities. I mean, is the answer as simple as they're not going to give Democrats anything, and maybe they think that this is going to hurt Democrats more?
That's exactly right.
Open up the government and all this little stuff you're talking about, Abby.
And anything, and maybe they think that this is going to hurt Democrats more.
Hold on, where's the little chart? Like, Abby, if they open up the government, all these people right here get taken care of again. I mean, you guys will get your Obamacare healthcare subsidies. What you won't get is $1.5 trillion in healthcare spending. Like, that's something you just won't get and get out your mind. Subsidies, sure. An extension, for sure. Permanent, I mean, we're trying to fix a failing system. So making these subsidies permanent, even though healthcare prices are still going up, or your premiums will still go up, is idiotic. It really is. But hey, I mean, apparently they're not using the common sense on this one.
I mean, is the answer as simple as they're not going to give Democrats anything, and maybe they think that this is going to hurt Democrats more?
If
That's
you
exactly
open up
right.
the government, guess what happens?
But
people get SNAP benefits again. You're pointing the finger at the president of the United States when it's the Democratic Party that is holding the government hostage. Who came out today and said this shutdown has to end?
Able to sort of put the politics on the table.
The Federal Workers Union said this has to end.
You're not willing to acknowledge that politics is at play here.
What I'm saying is that the Democrats are playing politics with this shutdown.
Yes, it's at play. Even you admitted that it's at play, Abby, when you said that, yeah, the Dems are shutting the government down for healthcare. So what was all this spew about a couple weeks ago when you said, oh, it's the Republicans' fault? Oh, they can open up the government when they want. They can filibuster through it. They control the House and the Senate. Yeah, all that was BS. All that was BS. Just for you to come out in 2 weeks later and be like, well, the Dems are shutting the government down because of healthcare. But, you know, it is what it is. I know, like we've been trying to tell y'all for 2 weeks straight. I know.
Have Republicans done in the
Both
past?
sides are playing politics. It's very clear.
Granted, hold on one second.
We need
Granted,
4
hold on one
Democrats
second,
in the
Harrison.
Senate. 4.
Granted, the Democrats are playing politics with the shutdown.
With American people's lives.
They are playing the very same shutdown game that Trump and Republicans played in his first administration.
Are we dealing with the shutdown of 2018?
But now you're playing the what about it, right? You're playing the what about it.
These are political games. Hold on a second.
But you know
No,
what?
no,
The
you
people
just-
on
you
SNAP
just hold on a
benefits
second.
don't care about
I'm
that.
asking you.
They don't.
Will you acknowledge that the
That's
withholding
true.
of SNAP benefits in this moment is something that Trump doesn't have to do?
The administration.
Bro. And you see how they're trying to frame it on Trump now, and this is so sick. This is how sick it is because they know how radical their base is. I'm talking about the Dems. They know how radical their base is. They know, bro, they most likely will let the American people lose benefits and just try to blame it on Trump. They know. Now they're trying to say, well, like Republicans, well, don't you think you can get Trump to save us? He saved us last time. Like, get him to save us this time. Bruh, just open up the fucking government. Now you realize that you're in a losing position. Now you realize how radical your base is. And now you're going like, well, guys, don't you think you could get Trump to, cover us again? I don't know. But you know what would work? You guys opening up the government.
Administration can look at many ways to solve this problem.
Oh, and shout out to my man Chase. He says, funny how they said most SNAP people who can work do, then you show that they were. Oh, hold on here. It's funny how they said most SNAP people who can work do, then you show that they were, it breaks it down. And it's like 20% work, LMAO. Can't make this shit up. Really? Hold on. So when you break down the numbers, Chase, only 20% of SNAP recipients work? Ooh. I mean, hey, I always do say, man, these systems, it only hinders people. It don't really help people. It keep people slave to the government. And that's an L. That's an L right there. That's why you should try to get yourself off those benefits and not try to be, so dependent on the government. Here's the thing. Most of these SNAP people on it's so hilarious. Most of these people on SNAP benefits, if you ask them, do you trust the government? You know what? They'll hit you a resounding as they should. But for some reason, they trust the government to keep their best interest and to keep them fed on their benefits. I mean, it's crazy how you don't trust the government at all, but you trust them to keep your livelihood. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing the cognitive dissonance there.
Look at what they're doing for our troops. Look at what they're doing for aviation safety. Is there a way to do it? I bet you Secretary Rollins is looking at it. But the one thing, can you acknowledge that if the Democrats open up the government, we don't have to have a conversation about
Can I just make a point
Hold
here?
on 1 second, everybody, just a second. Let me just say, I appreciate that you acknowledge that there are options on the table. They're not being utilized.
If you could acknowledge that the Democrats can open up the government and this problem won't be a problem.
You don't think that one concession to Democrats is okay? Like just one concession, which is the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act, so premiums don't double. That's the one thing they're asking for.
When we got people on
I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, no, that you're wrong, Anna. That's not the one thing they're asking for. They're asking for the reversal of the Medicaid cuts in the big beautiful bill. I mean, do you not know what your party's asking for? I mean, maybe if you base it down to just healthcare subsidies, I mean, trust me, the government would have been open. We'd have gave them that 1 year extension. If they wanted to fight for permanence of a failing system, we'd have just grilled them on that. We'd have told them, as we did already, that yeah, you know, even with these Obamacare subsidies, healthcare premium is still going to go up 18 to 30% still. So like I said, we're just dumping money into a failing system. And the goal is supposed to be about healthcare affordability, but it's not doing that. But you guys want to keep on, you know, putting money into it. I mean, it's absolutely hilarious. It's insane, but it's funny to watch.
No, because we love that premiums are going to double. We love it. We love it. Let's let all these Americans suffer.
I think we're really guys.
Can I just say how I predict this will end? This will end. I'm not sure who will wave the white flag first. I doubt it will be Trump, but he will end up giving the concession of the subsidies. He's already said it. He knows it fits.
Yeah.
But why not do it now?
Because he want to sit there and make fun of you guys for leaving the American people high and dry. That's literally what he's setting you guys up for, and you're walking into the trap. I mean, I don't know how much times I gotta tell the Dems, y'all be walking into traps like it ain't nothing. All you gotta do is open up the government to avoid Trump having to use tariffs to fund SNAP, to fund WIC. If he does that, he's gonna look like more of an American hero than the Dems could ever hope to be. At that point, I mean, you're damn near gonna lose the black people with that. I mean, y'all was gonna let the black community, oh, you know, since many of us are on SNAP, not me, but since a good amount of us are on SNAP, you're gonna let that community suffer. Dems, well, now when we retell the story, it's gonna be Trump that came through, gave you guys benefits, but the Dems were willing to let you guys starve. I mean, who's on your side for real, black community? And I'm telling you, this scenario is going to walk yourselves into if you let Trump, you know, take care of SNAP. I mean, he could do it, but he wants to wait for it to run. He wants to wait for the clock to run out. He wants to show the American people that, you know, they could have gave you it. All they had to do was reopen the government, but they didn't. And now that the time's run out, here I am to help you guys out. And the thing is, it's going to put a lot of Dems on the opposite side of where you guys want them to be. And it's not going to be with the libs. It's not going to be with AOC. You're going to put them right on the center. You ain't going to throw them to the right. They ain't going to come right over to us. You're going to throw them right on the center.
The battle over immigration enforcement, is it too aggressive or not enough? Well, that depends entirely on whom you ask. Right now in Chicago, a federal judge is questioning the top Border Patrol official over concerns about agents' aggressive tactics, while the Trump administration is demanding more arrests as it plans a major shakeup at ICE. My great panel of reporters is here, including Priscilla Alvarez, and you have some great new reporting. You can read it on CNN.com about this shakeup, because there's a lot of frustration inside the White House about the fact that there haven't been enough arrests.
All right, and shout out to my man Maine. He says, "Said Bernard wants to lose a debate to you." All right, the Bernard, I'll be happy to post the call-in link. I mean, I have no problem with doing that. Shoot, hey, the goal is mainly for conspiracy hour right now. But like I said, I've been doing some of these morning streams. One, because sleep schedule, but two is because a lot of you Dems pull up around this time. And hey, let's have that conversation. I mean, y'all say I don't know what I'm talking about. Hopefully you can prove that instead of just saying that you're wrong and have some good information. But I'll be happy to go ahead and post that for my man Bernard. If you really want to come up, go ahead. Hey, shout out Mark. I haven't seen him in a minute, man.
Nice. Yeah, that's right. It has been pretty consistent over the last several weeks and months that the White House and Immigration and Customs Enforcement are tense. The situation is tense between them because the White House set very lofty goals at the beginning of the year of 3,000 arrests a day. Now, that is a high bar for an agency that had not been operating at those levels, and they have been just under that on most days. And so the administration has pushed out federal agents to try to bolster their efforts, and that includes U.S. Border Patrol. Here's why that matters, because now the administration and the White House in particular, as well as leadership at the Department of Homeland Security, has seen what U.S. Border Patrol does when they're on the streets. We've seen the roving patrols, for example, in Home Depots and car washes. So this has ignited a conversation within the administration to now reassign half of the field directors for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, so the head of each of these offices, with potentially Border Patrol officials. Now, my sources can't recall a time that that's ever been done before, but it gives us a...
Forgive me. So they're moving officials who were at the border to the interior.
And they have been in the interior, but they are moving ICE folks out so that Border Patrol officials go in. So two separate agencies, even if their missions are similar. What this tells us is that they want a more aggressive crackdown. The way that ICE has been working and has historically worked is not enough for this administration. They want to turn the page now, seemingly, with these changes. Now, the Department of Homeland Security has said that they have nothing to announce at this time. My sources say plans are not being finalized. But what we are getting indications of is a new phase here, a more aggressive one that is similar to what we've seen in Chicago and Los Angeles, which is why today's hearing with Bovino is so important.
And I want to get back to that in 1 second, but let's just talk about the politics of this, David. Just to kind of go back to a poll last month by the New York Times asking the question about deportation of immigrants living illegally in the United States. A majority, 54%, more than...
All right, guys, that call-in link is posted. You know, unlike my guy clone over here, I debate all the time. I mean, shoot, you know, usually I got some of my favorite libs that come up here. I know I got Cool Bean, I got Parabolic Curvature. Shoot, I even got Lincoln that I debate with, and they're reasonable Dems. So if you don't think that I debate, I mean, hey, it's your first time here. It is what it is. But I'll be happy if you came on. If you think you know anything, please. But all right, guys, let's get back to it.
The majority say that they support that. But the question of how it is done,
you're done.
It's a different story. The actions that they are taking, gone too far, 51%, about right, 35%, not far enough, 12%.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the story of this issue during this administration, which is there is clear support for deporting illegal immigrants out of this country broadly.
Crybabies. That's all I got to say. For the people that said he's going too far.
Stop whining. Your kids are soft.
Literally softies. He's going too far. It's like, yeah, well, when Biden let in all those illegals, he went too far as well. So sorry, but a messy cleanup, it's a real mess. It's a real mess, okay, guys? And it might require a messy cleanup. So it's not going to look the best. Yes, we are going to have to start kicking in doors of businesses and houses and apartment complex that don't let these illegals stay in. Yeah, we're going to start kicking in doors, you know, the good old but replace FBI with ICE, and we got to take these guys to jail. It is what it is. Well, not to jail, but, well, to an immigration facility to be deported. And depending on how long they are here, hey, they might be signed up for expedited removal with no lawyer, no court date, just get sent straight home. I mean, shout out to Bill Clinton.
But the how matters. And so when you say, Priscilla, that this signals a more aggressive approach, from a political perspective, my immediate question is, well, I see two things here about how this may play broadly politically as we approach the 2026 midterm year. One, it's a fulfillment on Donald Trump's mission to make the election about immigration and crime, not about the economy, not about prices, not about healthcare. So it's issue directional, where he has said he wants to move the conversation. But two, if the how matters and the public is skeptical of it and it gets more aggressive, is there a potential backlash here? Obviously, I'm not talking about his core supporters, but with independents and moderates who are going to be critical to Republicans trying to maintain their majorities.
Asma?
The how, I think, is really interesting. And I think of this on two fronts. One is I just recently did an interview with Mohsen Mahdawi. He's one of these people who was picked up because of free speech concerns around, Palestinian protests on campus. His case is now back in the courts because the argument is essentially over due process and whether immigrants who are in this country, legally or not, have
any sort of due process and free speech rights. This is a case that is ongoing in terms of litigation, and it's one I think that gets at this question of how, whether or not the American public, majority of them say it seems, want to see folks deported. I think there is some belief in the United States historically.
Hey man, 77 million people voted for this, so it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. I think somebody in the chat was going like, what about the 350 million people? I mean, is all 350 million people adults? Is all 350 million people able to vote? Like, thought so. I mean, that's why that number doesn't really make sense to compare it to the voting block. You'd have to compare the entire voting block that we have out of that 350 million. You're probably going to lose a decent amount considering that we're looking for 18 and up. I mean, Jesus. I mean, people think they know something, but it didn't sound completely stupid. I don't know how y'all do it. Y'all just come in with too much confidence thinking y'all know something.
Around due process and how this is carried out.
And not to belabor this point, but the how is also important to the president. The president.
But, oh, yeah, the call-in link is posted. Go to the main page. On the post tab, you can go ahead and get the StreamYard link. I'll be happy to have any disagreeers on here. Appreciate the support, guys. Oh, yeah, any question, comments, and jokes you have at anything like that, $2 and up. I'm happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Video requests, if you're a member, $5. If you're not a member, $10. Appreciate the support, guys.
Has struggled when there are farm workers that are caught up in these actions. Just this week, he said that he didn't agree with the way that ICE did their raid in the plant in Georgia, now affecting his relationship with South Korea. So this does go beyond the domestic.
I just want to give some news about the hearing that is going on as we speak. The judge Sarah Ellis, just said that the Border Patrol official who's running things there in Chicago has to appear in court every single day.
Yeah, she actually started this hearing saying she wasn't going to micromanage, but she certainly just made clear that she has a microscope on Bavino and the federal agents in that city. She asked him to come every day at 6 p.m. to give a rundown of what happened that day, because there have been so many controversial confrontations between the federal agents and protesters, which was really the genesis of this lawsuit. The hearing so far has not necessarily been tense, but certainly she is.
I know, because you can't really get too tense on ICE because they're doing their job. And here's the thing. I'm pretty sure when you look over all the evidence, when you look over their footage, how they record everything. Yeah, when you look over that and they see that these protesters were agitators, there's nothing that Chicago courts can stand on at that point. It's a wrap. Once they see that, oh, yeah, you're right, they were standing in front of your ICE facility. There's nothing you guys can stand on. You guys will just complaining for no reason because you don't like what you're seeing or you disagree with it. I mean, we're deporting illegals if you like it or not. Get used to it.
Concerned that her temporary restraining order on the way that the federal agents respond to protesters has been violated in some form, for example.
I mean, the way protesters respond to ICE, is that not also violence? Are they not also throwing things at them as well? Not all of them. There's some peaceful protesters out there. I'm not saying all of them are getting violent, but I mean, they are obstructing when they're getting in front of the gates, preventing ICE vehicles to leave. So, yeah, you can't sit here and pretend like it's just one-way aggression. It's just that ICE is just going out there being aggressive towards citizens. They're not. If these citizens weren't up front their facility, ICE wouldn't even touch them. If these citizens weren't trying to obstruct justice or obstruct an investigation, ICE wouldn't touch them. But since they are, well, ICE is detaining them.
The use of tear gas and other tactics. And the reason that everyone is paying attention to this is because Gregory Bavino is not going away. He was in Los Angeles. He was in Chicago. He's the guy the administration wants to lead the federal crackdown. So this hearing is important for Chicago and the way that the situation is handled there, but it could go beyond that.
And just, I'm sure a lot of people who are watching this are aware, he also was recorded throwing tear gas himself.
Which is why he was asked to testify, and that has been part of the exchange going on today and how they can try to avoid those situations in the future. Well, again, he
was caught throwing tear gas himself. I mean, bro, I just don't get you guys. Like, what part of this don't y'all understand? Because this clip just rings so hard right now.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
Literally. Like, the more y'all F around with ICE, the more you're going to find out the powers that ICE have. So stop it. Like, stop trying to get in the way of deporting all the illegals and go worry about something else like healthcare.
he wants to give some discretion to the federal agents themselves.
And by the way, just to add to these confrontations, the political counterweight to this, J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois, who's clearly thinking about a presidential run, has urged everyone in Chicago, take out your cameras, record everything. That he's engaging on the more confrontational battle.
I mean, yeah. And then when you guys go with your footage, yes, ICE will pull up with their footage and they're going to see how that guy was the aggressor and how people are just pretty much pulling out their camera anytime they want to see or I'll be real with you, anytime ICE gets a bit physical with the citizen. But they'll never show the violent act that the citizen did. They'll just show the citizen getting arrested and make it seem like ICE is just locking up innocent citizens. I mean, Pritzker knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. And it's actually quite duplicitous because it's like, bro, you know you're really trying to stoke social tension here. And you're doing it by saying, oh, yeah, bring out your camera just to try to catch him doing something crazy. Okay, yeah, we see what you're trying to do.
Field that the administration is creating by urging everyone to document what they see.
Everybody stand by.
But all right, though, let's go to the requested video. So shout out to Tove because she sent this. Former Democrat governor, what was his name, Richard or Dick Lamb, on how to destroy America. I mean, nice little 2-minute clip. Let's get into it. Whoops.
America. I would like to share with you my plan to destroy America.
All right, go ahead, Cook.
Number one, I'd make it a bilingual, bicultural country. History shows us that no bilingual, bicultural country lives at peace with itself. There's not one, I believe, that doesn't exist with an incredible amount of tension and conflict, if not civil war. My second part of my plan would be to invent something called multiculturalism. This would be 2 parts. Number one, I would say that all cultures are created equal. It would make no difference and make it impossible to talk about such things as culture. And the second one is that I would really try very hard to make people continue their cultural identity. My third part of my plan would be to make the fastest growing demographic group in that country the least educated. I would add a second underclass to the first underclass, unassimilated, undereducated, antagonistic, and then I'd have 50% of them drop out of school, not graduate from high school. The fourth part of my plan would be to get the big foundations to fund, and big business to fund these efforts with lots of money.
Yeah.
I would invest in...
I mean, of course, corporations would fund immigration or illegal immigration because they benefit off it because now they don't got to, well, one, hire American citizens that they got to pay a good wage and give insurance to. And healthcare, well, and provide health insurance too. No, let's get an illegal that we can pay like $5 under. We don't got to give them health insurance or nothing crazy like that. And we could treat them however we want. We could damn near treat them like slaves if we want to. I mean, why wouldn't these guys want that? Well, why wouldn't these corporate elitists want that? I mean, here's the Dems trying to let them keep it, give it right to them. I mean, y'all are literally helping the corporate elites keep their, well, illegal immigrant slaves. I mean, damn, ain't that crazy?
Ethnic identity and victimology. I would get them to think about their lack of success was only the fault of the majority. The fifth part of my plan is I would develop dual citizenship. I would promise people actually divided loyalty. The sixth part, and this is important, I would place all of these subjects off limits. I would make.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that there are certain people who can hold like 2 passports, especially those like, I'm gonna be real with you, the pro-Israel guys who can hold a passport in Israel and a passport in the United States. They got a dual loyalty, and I mean that's not cool. It's either you're America first or not. It's like it's either all or nothing with us. We shouldn't allow no in between. Like, well, you could be 50% America and 50% Israel. No, it's either you all in or you going to go over there and hang with them.
It's taboo to talk about actually or criticize this whole thing. I would make it come up with a word like heretic used to be 200 years ago. Let's say we'd call it racist. And I would try to accuse anybody of this that would object to my ideas. My seventh part then, I would make it impossible to enforce our immigration laws. I would develop a mantra. Let's call it this, that because immigration...
American runs on immigration. I mean, yeah, you were pretty much trying to say the American runs on cheap labor that undermines American citizens. That's pretty much what they're telling you guys. I hope you know this. And this is paid for by corporate elites who want to undersell you guys, who want to be able to hire illegals and not have to hire American citizens because they save money. And the Dems sit there and let them. Sit there and let them. America runs on immigration. We're a country of immigrants. Like, well, it's stolen land anyway. Like, the most stupidest things they're saying just to protect the corporate elitists that they say that Donald Trump protects, that they say that we stick up for. And I'm just like, you guys are literally protecting their slaves. You're literally asking for their slaves to be here. And we're the ones protecting them? I mean, man, y'all Dems need to low-key, need to recalibrate what y'all doing here. Y'all need to go ahead, do some meditation, recalibrate, and think like, yo, am I really standing on the principles that the libs say they stand on? Like, are we really standing on that?
Has been good in the past for America. It will continue to be good in the future.
But yeah, and I mean, here's the thing: a lot of people are dumb and say, "No, they're legal." I mean, dog, if they're legal, then let's be real. They're going to be paid the same as an American citizen. That's why these corporations like the illegal ones, because the legal ones you got to pay the same as us. The illegal ones you can underpay. I mean, what's so hard about understanding that? Like, it's kind of crazy how you want to talk about, oh, but what about the legal ones? We're not talking about the legal ones. Legal ones are cool. We're okay with legal immigration. We don't like illegal immigration. I'm not sure what part of that don't you Dems understand. It's like, man, y'all over here thinking that we're against all immigrants. So I'm like, no, we were going to stand on the fact that we don't like illegal immigrants coming in. Now, if you want to talk about H-1B visas and how that undermines American citizens as well, that's a whole different conversation because that's legal immigration. But we're talking about all illegals gotta go.
Back at home, more unhinged, meaningless rhetoric from elected Democrats. Take a look.
I wish people would look at the fact that you have a president of the United States who consistently is obsessing over 2 women of color that are members of the House.
All right, we've got Jasmine Crockett's full rant coming up later in the show. But just to be clear, this kind of vitriol is nonstop from elected Democrats. They literally have nothing else to offer this country. Now, of course, the most frequent smears involve some kind of Nazi or Hitler comparison. But on MSDNC, a shocking display of gaslighting. Nicole Wallace and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker agreed. Democrats, they've never, ever made such...
And shout out Tove. They cut out a bit as well. There is an 8th step. Okay, there is an 8th step. Honestly, what he was saying, though, is pretty sound. Bilingual, multiculturalism, a corporation supporting immigration. I mean, but then here's the thing, though. I mean, the Dems will ask you to kill your baby, but they won't tell that to the illegals, will they?
File comparisons that we made it all up. Take a look.
I haven't suggested that Donald Trump is Hitler. I wouldn't say
I don't
that
think any Democrat has. I actually and I think it's a smear that they project back on to critics.
What? MSNBC host claims she doesn't believe any Dem has called Trump Hitler. Come on, man. Now y'all lying, bro. Now y'all just lying to a whole new level. Like, really?
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Dems in the chat. Even y'all know that's a lie. Come on now. Can we all sit here and understand that, yes, there's been plenty of Dems that's called this man Hitler. So are we really going to sit here and lie like this? Like, Dems, y'all even know that's a lie. I'm not even going to go too deep into it. But Dems, you even know that's a lie.
I don't think any Democrat has. I actually and I think it's a smear that they project back on to critics.
I've never suggested that. I don't think any Democrat has. We're now reaching insane levels of total, complete dishonesty on the left. There's a disconnect from reality. Let's go back to the videotape. In fact, Governor Pritzker himself is constantly comparing the Trump administration to Nazi Germany.
Oh, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or you just want to support the channel? $2 and up. I'll be happy to read any comment, joke, disagreement out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. All right, let's keep it going. Because, boy, that was some gaslighting. Oh, man. They said, I don't think any Dem has ever called Trump Hitler. Now that you realize that y'all rhetoric has went too far and people are grilling you on it, holding y'all accountable, now y'all want to act like y'all never did it? Wild.
Does this almost every single week. We will remind him he must be suffering from Joe Biden-itis. Take a look.
I studied the Holocaust. I helped to build a Holocaust museum. This is what happened in the early days of the Nazi regime in Germany. Everything that he has done has been tearing down constitutional democracy. And that's what happened in Nazi Germany. It doesn't take very long to tear apart a constitutional republic. Indeed, the Nazis did it in 53 days. And our democracy is almost as fragile. And we're seeing it right now. The dangers that we saw in Nazi Germany, especially in the earliest days of Nazi Germany, are the dangers that we need to react to now.
Bro, and here's the thing, though. They don't really give you any examples of Nazi Germany. They just said, imagine the old days of Nazi Germany. Just imagine. I'm just like, yeah, it looks nothing like it is. It looks nothing like today. So what are you talking about? Oh, isn't he like Hitler? No, he's not like Hitler. I mean, Hitler was an outright racist, to be quite honest with you. And I mean, he may have not been hung up about the whole Aryan race, but he definitely was hung up about, Germany being all white, praising only all white countries. So, yeah, please tell me how Trump reflects any of that, seeing that he meets up with African countries, Arab countries, Asian countries. Please tell me how he resembles Hitler in any way, shape, and form, when Hitler only respected countries ran by white people. Please tell me that. Like, how does that even relate? How does that even match up to Trump? If y'all know history, though, if y'all know history, we're supposed to compare him to Hitler. Please tell me how he's like Hitler. I mean, because trust me, a lot of y'all in concentration camps, God forbid. We ain't wearing Nazi uniforms and all that. I mean, I guess y'all consider that had a Nazi uniform, but let's be real. You're just you're over exaggerating if that's the point. I mean, if that's y'all case. Like, really? Make America Great Again is the same as a Nazi swastika? Yeah, you need some help, buddy. You need some help.
Now, people have criticized me for talking about the Nazi regime. It's the one I know most about because I helped to build a Holocaust museum. This is what happened. People's rights started getting taken away. People got accused of being immigrants. This is before the Holocaust really took place. There are lots of authoritarians that I could point to. It happens that I know best because I helped build a Holocaust museum sitting next to Holocaust survivors about what the Nazis did in those early years.
No, I understand that.
I'm not talking about the Holocaust. I'm talking about what they were doing, taking away people's rights, arresting people, asking them for papers. Early on in an authoritarian regime, wherever it is in the world throughout history, this is what happens. It's the beginning.
Asking them for papers for what? Because if you remember, Hitler had a thing about Jews. You remember he was asking people papers to see if they were Jewish or not, to see if they had that mark on them. I mean, like as they were marking Jews, so to let people know who they were. It was pretty effed up. So how is America doing that to you? Are we making all liberals wear an L on their head? I mean, I wish we could, but are we making all liberals wear an L on their head to represent that they're liberals? No, we're not. I mean, so no, there's no part of Trump that you can compare to Nazi Germany. Not one bit of it. So, I mean, like, asking people for their papers. I mean, dog. Even back then, even in Germany, if they pulled up on you, 9 times out of 10, you were probably Jewish. Just like if ICE pulls up on you, 9 times out of 10, you're probably an illegal.
Of something very bad for our country.
Nah, he's never used Nazi comparisons at all. And it's not just Pritzker. Pretty much everyone in the Democratic Party loves to throw around Nazi.
The worst part about it is like, we take these guys and we send them home. If you were Jewish, let's be real. Hitler took you and he put you in a concentration camp, and that's just where you were. That's just where your living quarters is. You about to live and die there. Please tell me how can y'all compare that to Trump taking an illegal off the streets, putting them in a facility, and then sending them home? How could that ever be compared to Hitler? Like, that's how ridiculous you guys sound, because when you match it up to history and who Hitler truly was, there's just no comparison. There's just no way you can match it up without honestly being clinically insane. And that's what I'm going to stamp it as. I mean, like, if you really think Trump can be compared to Hitler, I honestly think you're just clinically insane at this point. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't logically make sense. It doesn't historically make sense. And you got to do mental gymnastics to make it make sense.
References. Take a look.
We have a Timu Hitler in the White House right now.
I don't even know what to call him. I've called him so many things, but this wannabe Hitler for sure.
Comparing the tactics of Donald Trump to Mussolini and Hitler is a very legitimate thing.
How? That's what I'm saying. How is it a very legitimate thing? Because nobody has been able to like substantiate that. I mean, has Trump started death camps? No. Is Trump an all-out white supremacist like Hitler was? No. I mean, if he was, what the hell? He wouldn't be kicking it with Asians. He wouldn't be kicking it with black people. He really wouldn't be kicking it with the Arabs. So what are y'all talking about? Like, everything we know about Hitler does not match up to Trump, besides them both being white. That's the only thing. Them being white. Like, that's it. And everything else is a complete opposing positions. Like, y'all do not make sense.
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets.
He is paving the way to become a Vladimir Putin or to become an Adolf Hitler or a Kim Jong-un. That's what he wants to be.
Is that not going too far to make a comparison?
I mean, well, guys, if Trump wanted to be that, okay, and this is how I know you guys are over exaggerators. If he really wanted to be that, don't you think he would like, I don't know, let's be real, stop all left-wing propaganda. I mean, stop all left-wing social media. I mean, pundits, stop all left-wing channels. Just go ahead and cut them all off like Biden was doing under COVID with YouTube and Google. I mean, it's kind of funny how, you guys talk about, quelling speech and taking out free speech when that's exactly what you guys were allowing under Biden. But you want to compare Trump to Hitler. I mean, shoot, under Hitler, you really couldn't say anything bad about the Nazis too much. I mean, shit. I mean, under Biden, you couldn't really say nothing bad about Biden. You couldn't even call out the fact that he was mentally losing it. So I don't know, man. I don't know if I can relate anybody. If I can relate anybody to Hitlerists or kind of had a little bit of Hitler in them, I would say the Biden administration had a little bit of Hitler in them. To be quite honest, definitely had a little bit of Hitler in them.
Between the president of the United States and the Nazis.
Find me a better analogy.
Well, Hitler was duly elected. That's right. Right? And so all of a sudden, somebody with those tendencies, those dictatorial, authoritarian tendencies would be
Dictatorial.
like...
What dictatorial? Where has he acted like a dictator at? Everything this man has done he's done well with the power of Congress, with the power appropriated to the president by Congress. Trump is not acted like a dictator in any way, shape, or form. They're just mad because they're not the ones with the power. That's just how it is. And so to act like sore losers, saying that he's a king, a Nazi, dictator, when they can't substantiate none of it. They can say it, but they can't substantiate it. And of course, left-wing media ain't going to push back on them about it.
Okay, we're going to shut this down. We're going to throw these people in jail. And they didn't usually telegraph that. Trump is telling...
Yeah, he telegraphed to throw illegals in jail and deport them because they're breaking the law. He's not saying, oh, I'm going to throw these Muslims in jail, even if they're American citizens. I'm going to throw these Jews in jail, even if they're American citizens. He's like, I'm going to throw whatever ethnic group under the bus because even though they're American citizens. Like, that's something that Hitler did, not Trump. Like, are you serious? Like, you guys, that's what I'm saying. You can't substantiate that argument. Or you can say it, but you can't substantiate it.
Us what he intends to do.
This is a very dark, vengeful time in the Democratic Party. In fact, that's why Democrats continue to shut down our federal government. This is all one big, angry Trump derangement syndrome stunt.
And like I said, guys, for all the naysayers, the call-in link is in the post tab on my main page. You can feel free to come up here and try to debate me on, well, whatever you think I'm wrong on. But 9 times out of 10, you can't substantiate your own argument. So, hey, it is what it is. But for those who can, please come on up. I'll be happy to have you up.
In order to gain some kind of political leverage. And they're saying, yeah, we know people will suffer, but we need the leverage over Donald Trump.
I mean, Letitia, you said the very slow thing of, I'm going for a party that doesn't even like me. I mean, sweetheart, you vote for a party that has high crime in your city, high drug use in your city, and low jobs and low economic opportunity. And it's all Democrats to run these black cities. What are you talking about? You literally vote for a party that's done nothing but destroy your people. And I'm okay with people that don't like me. These people have shown that they don't like you for decades, and you still sit there and vote for them, sweetheart. Are you serious? But okay. Bet you can't answer that though. They never can. They never can when I bring that up to black women or black guys in general. Every time I hit them with that, they kind of shut the hell up. They're like, well, Trump is bad and you're supporting a pedophile, and you're supporting somebody that's constantly neglected your community for decades. But I'm with the guys that don't like me. Bro, the Dems have proved that they don't like you, sis, over and over again. But your dumbass still vote for them. Even though they prove they don't like you. Boy, that's like your boyfriend cheating on you every goddamn day, but you're still sleeping next to the man. Like, way to go, sis. You played yourself.
Trump and prove that they can stand up to Donald Trump, the president they detest so much. Take a look.
Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Frankly, this is our only moment of leverage. And although a very unpleasant tool to use, it's gotten us focused on what we have to do to change direction on health care.
At the very same time, Democrats are once again lying about the shutdown. It's the Schumer shutdown. They're trying to blame Trump while voting 13 times to keep the government closed. Last week, they specifically voted against funding our military, brave men and women that put their lives on the line for us. Today, they specifically voted against funding federal SNAP benefits and food assistance programs. As of Saturday, they are completely out of money. That will impact over 42.
Oh, no, y'all are too funny. You know what the worst part about it is? They said, can you prove that Trump's a pedophile? No, you can't. You can't prove it like through the courts. You can't prove it through a police, through investigation. None of that. So, no, you can't prove that Trump's a pedophile. What I can prove is that every black city that has high crime has a black Democrat running it. I can prove that. You can't prove that Trump's a pedophile, but I can prove that every black Democrat is running a high crime, high drug use, low impoverished city. I can prove that, but you can't prove that Trump's a pedophile. That's the difference between my argument and your argument. One we can prove with definitive proof, and one you can only just sit there and speculate on and have no proof whatsoever.
2 million Americans. But according to one Democrat who voted to keep the government closed, it's all President Trump's fault. Figure that out.
There's nothing stopping the Trump administration from making sure that every single one of the 42 million Americans, 16 million children, 8 million seniors, 4 million people with disabilities, 1.2 million veterans received nutrition assistance in November.
All right, the American people, they're not dumb. Everything will go back to normal if Democrats simply vote for a clean, nonpartisan, continuing resolution which funds the government at
That's asking
current
too
levels.
much from them.
This is a crisis caused by the Democratic Party that said they were all against shutdowns.
And
Schumer,
I mean, guys, that's what I mean. Like I said, just like they can't substantiate saying that Trump's a Hitler, they can't substantiate saying Trump's a pedophile. What proof? What kid did he? Okay, give me the name of the kid that this man, molested. Great. Give me the name definitively where the courts say, yes, Donald Trump is convicted of raping this little kid. Where is it at? You can't find it. And I know you can't find it. So, like I said, that's the problem. Trump's Hitler. Can't substantiate it. He's a pedophile. Can't substantiate it. But I can see him substantiate how every black Democrat has failed the black community. Crazy.
his whole career was against shutdowns. If Republicans, in fact, are actually surging in the polls as they are, well, let's take a look. 28 days into the shutdown, this isn't working for the Democrats. It's backfiring big time tonight. Take a look.
Take a look here, the shift in net popularity versus pre-shutdown. When we're looking at the Republican Party overall, That brand actually up 2 points. That's within the margin of error, but clearly it hasn't dropped. Come over to this side of the screen. Look at the net approval ratings for Republicans in Congress.
Yep.
It's actually up 5 points.
Because let's be real. Everybody's starting to notice the BS of the Dems. Like, everybody's understanding that you guys are talking about healthcare subsidies and helping people save on healthcare. But I mean, like, if you guys are so focused on affordable healthcare, why you want to put more money into a subsidy, into Obamacare, into the Obamacare enhanced subsidies that still causes healthcare prices to rise, even with the subsidies? Your healthcare premium is still going to go up by 18-30%. Without them, yes, they are going to triple and double. But even with them, and I'm going to stay to this point of it's about affordable healthcare. Am I wrong? So why in God's name are you putting money into a failing plan that's not giving you affordable healthcare? Dems? Like, you care to answer that? Anybody in the chat can answer that for them? Of course not.
Since pre-shutdown. So what we're seeing here is the Republican brand in Congress has actually improved somewhat compared to where we were pre-shutdown.
All right. So why does the government remain closed? Well, the answer is pretty telling. Democrats aren't doing this for the good of the country or to be popular across the country. Instead, they are playing to their radical socialist base that wants to burn it all down, transform America into the socialist utopia with free buses, free housing, health care, and whatever else Zoran, Kami, Marxist Mamdani is offering. Take a look.
Here is what we stand for, my friends.
Letitia, do I really got to do this to you? Cleveland, Ohio, right? Black Democratic mayor, black people mostly, very high crime city. Jackson, Mississippi. I mean, black people, black mayor, high crime city. Memphis, black mayor, high crime. I mean, black city. I mean, Chicago, black mayor, a lot of black people, high crime, high drug city with a whole lot of weapons going through it. Los Angeles, black mayor with a good amount of black people, high crime. I mean, shit, I could go on all day. Well, I mean, shoot, I go east to west with this. I mean, like, come on now. I'm giving you literally the example. Look it up. Look it up. Look up every major black city and watch how it has poverty, high crime, high drug use with a black Democratic mayor. Almost every single time. And if they ain't black, they're Democrat. Every single time. And you're saying, and you're worried about the Republicans? The Republicans ain't even really touch our community. It's been the Dems the whole time, and look how we're screwed. So please tell me how the Republicans are our worst enemy. It's kind of like saying, like, well, the guy who's kicking my shit in the middle of the street, like, I appreciate that guy more than the guy who's just walking by, leaving me alone. The Republicans walked by and left us alone as the Democrats was kicking our shit in the streets. And you like the Democrat more for some reason.
We are going to freeze the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized
Oh, it's all love, sis, but it is hilarious.
and
It's all
use
love.
every resource at our disposal to build housing for everyone who needs it. We are going to eliminate the fare on every single bus line.
I don't want to. Why would I
And
do
make
that?
what are currently the slowest buses in the
Like, sis, if you thought my whole goal was to try to do something to you, no, it's all love here, sis. I don't have no hatred towards you. We just disagree on something. That's it. As far as things go, I'm pretty sure you and me would both agree that we want the black community to succeed.
nation move around this city with ease. And we are going to create universal child care at no cost to parents.
That is their new fearless leader. So let me get this straight. The party that wants everything to be free voted today to take away food benefits from 42 million Americans, including the sick, the elderly, and young children. Now, there's one thing that Comrade Marxist Mamdani doesn't want the government to pay for. That would be the police. There's one thing Mamdani doesn't want to have happen. And he doesn't even want the police. Send in the social workers. According to a vile 2023 anti-Semitic rant from Mamdani, the NYPD is actually, don't tell anybody, they're controlled by Israel's IDF. Take a look.
For anyone to care about these issues, we have to make them hyperlocal. We have to make clear that when the boot of the NYPD is on your neck. It's been laced by the IDF.
I mean, Mandani, I'm be real with you. You're gonna have to substantiate that a little better than that. I mean, dog, we're not in Israel or anything like that, so I don't know about all that. But you want saying that the IDF runs the NYPD, bro? You're gonna have to come way more proof than that.
Here's the guy that's going to be the next mayor of New York City, the leader of the NYPD. And by the way, this wasn't some kind of...
Bro, you're talking to the guy who's extremely critical of Israel. I'm extremely critical of Israel, and I can't even sit here and say that. Like, no. There's no proof that the IDF has any control in NYPD. No proof that I can see. I don't know. I may have to look into it, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt that.
One-off comment. Let's take a look down, Mamdani history, if you will. This is from 2020. His words, quote, queer liberation means defund the police, and quote, we don't need an investigation to know that the NYPD is racist, anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety. What we need is to...
Wow. I mean, guys, so hold on. They're ran by the IDF, so they're racist, anti-queer, a major threat to public safety. And this was a while ago, guys. This wasn't anything new. This was like 5 years ago Mandani thought this, and he's apologized for these comments. He's apologized for these comments. Now, you can take that apology with a grain of salt if you want. But yeah, so NYPD is racist, anti-queer, a major threat to public safety. And I'm like, all NYPD is racist? I doubt that. All of them is anti-queer. I'm pretty sure some of them is gay. A major threat to public safety, brother, they are public safety. Like, what? But your deal with, let's see, New York City mayor uses budget tricks to keep as many cops as possible on the beat. Not to fake cuts, defund the police. No to fake cuts, defund the police. I mean, yeah. You know what? I'm pretty sure people were on his side, in 2020. Then they seen that crime proliferated in New York City. Now they're like, it sounded good in 2020, but now that we're in 2025, I like my police. Yeah, I like them. They're cool people. I feel safe when they're around. Why not?
Defund the NYPD, not to fake cuts, defund the police. Here's another tweet, quote, defund the harem police. Another, in New York City, 99% of office holders are Democrats, yet they refuse to defund cops who murder with impunity. Electing Democrats isn't enough. We need a political revolution. Another, quote, together we can tax the rich, heal the sick.
See, look, when this whole police brutality thing was coming about, I mean, and this is when I was a leftist, and I also didn't like the police at that time as well. But I never had the idea of defund the police, because even I understood as a leftist that there's some good police officers. Like, not all of them are bad. Even if I did have the belief that most of them are bad, I knew that not all of them was bad. So defunding them didn't help. Now, re-educating them, sure. I'll always be down for that. I'll always be down for police practice reform to where, I don't know, maybe they ride with a social worker. I don't know. Maybe we teach them a little bit more about emotional intelligence and up their EQ or something. Like, do something like that. But defunding them is never going to work. But I don't know, helping them be able to manage people better, that could work. Putting them with people that could help manage people better while they remain an authoritarian force or a security force, that could work. But defunding? Nope, never.
House the poor, defund the police, build a socialist New York, solidarity forever. Now, that should be disqualifying, but sadly, it now perfectly represents the new radicalized Democratic Party. In fact, it's not really the Democratic Party anymore. Instead, there are two factions, the socialists that hate our American way of life, and then there's the performative Democrats who are clinging to power, bowing at the altar of the radicals, desperate to placate them and soothe that radical base so they can at least be leaders in name only, like Chucky Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. Dark days. And
I'm sorry, guys. If you're still using this red state argument, red states have higher poverty. You want to know the cities with the highest poverty in those red states? Democrats. Yes, Democrat-ran cities have the highest poverty in red states, have higher gun ownership in red states, and well, I'm pretty sure the rural areas could probably compete with them on that, and lower education levels in those blue cities in red states. And I'll tell you this right now, because the red cities in Ohio, all of them perform well. The blue cities in Ohio perform terribly. terribly. I mean, so terribly that it doesn't even matter how well sometimes these rural areas do. Like, that's the fact of the matter. So, dog, you really don't know what you're talking about. And if you want to use red states, please, bro, don't be such a surface level thinker. Look at the highest crime places in those areas and watch them all line up to be Democratic ran cities. Let's not have that surface level thinking because it makes us feel good, okay?
Indeed, for the Democratic Party, lay ahead.
Want even more Fox News on YouTube? Become a Fox News.
Because, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that you're wrong. Yes, some of the highest crime states, most of the highest crime states are red states. But it's only due to the fact that they have these blue cities that have an absorbent amount of crime, like an unreasonable amount of crime. That's why. But for some reason, you guys don't understand that, or you don't want to do the research, because you're going to realize that, yo, it is Dems that's ruining these red states. It's the Dems ruining the red states. That's the effed up part. Democratic leadership. I mean, like I said, look at Ohio as one of the best examples. A red state, but our highest crime cities are all blue. I mean, Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Dayton, all of our highest crime cities, all blue. You could probably do the same thing in your red city. I mean, your red state as well. Am I wrong? Oh, yeah, but let's get on to this Pierce Morgan debate. Let's start at the beginning here, though.
You really think he'd go through this if he was planning to leave in 36 months?
Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers.
These actions, Trump's statements, then combined with him doing major reconstruction on a rental, that does make some people anxious.
Trump's second term thus far has been good enough that I would cheer if, we could have Caesar Augustus Donaldus Trump.
His mentality is that he has carte blanche to stay in power, to usurp power, to hold it to himself whenever he wants.
If there's one thing American can't get enough of, it's more Kamala Harris. We need more Kamala Harris on TV, more Kamala Harris rallies. She should replace Bad Bunny as the Super Bowl halftime performer. I would love her to do every single bit of that.
Like most people, I've never thought very deeply about the East Wing of the White House. I saw it as a fairly functional space with offices and reception rooms constructed some 150 years.
Shout out to Terry. She says, appreciate the support, sis. Set, my love. Can you turn the video sound up? Well, hopefully this video sound is a little bit better. I was hearing that the other video wasn't as loud. So hopefully this Pierce one is better, because, I mean, look, sometimes there ain't nothing I can do. Like, I could turn it all the way up. But if the video sound quality is not good, it is what it is. But thank you, Terry. But thank you, Terry, for super chatting in, sis. I appreciate that. Shout out, Terry.
Years after
Alabama
the People's
mama.
Mansion itself. But having watched the news over the last few days, it's now clear I made a big mistake. The East Wing of the White House is an historic monument, a sacred structure, part of the very fabric of what it means to be an American.
He's found time to demolish the East Wing of the White House so that he can build a ballroom where he can be celebrated as if he was a king.
Literally, Trump is tearing down government by and for the people to replace it with an authoritarian state by and for.
And guys, like I said, if you're a naysayer, I'll be happy to have you on. All you got to do is hit the call-in link in the post tab, like the StreamYard link in the post tab on the main page. And you can go ahead and come on here if you're a naysayer, and I'll be happy to have that conversation with you. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of people who disagree, but they can't substantiate why they disagree. I mean, people even say, I'm a political major and all this wild stuff, but you can't substantiate why, you disagree. I mean, as a political major, you would hope you would include that. I mean, if you're going to talk about your education, I would hope you include a educated answer while stating your education. I would hope that comes included.
For the powerful. And here he's just symbolizing that.
Right, so this is how the man is treating the legacy, the physical legacy of the presidency of the United States. Donald Trump is literally destroying the people's house.
The new White House ballroom is being funded by private donations, not taxpayers. And it's
private donations from, Amazon, you got Intel, you got Apple. Yeah, a lot of multi-billion-dollar companies have donated to the ballroom. Of about what, $350 million. So yes, when they try to say it's taxpayer money, that's a complete lie.
The presidents have long complained about the lack of space for big state occasions. Sure, the bulldozers and the building site don't look great, but honestly, what exactly is wrong with the finished product. Some people don't particularly like the bawdy gold interior, but future presidents can be free to decorate and reconfigure it as they see fit, because that's what they do. And a certain former vice president has been making clear that she might like a go at it herself.
In terms then of what is next for you, you write very powerfully about the differences that many women have made to your life. When are they going to see a woman in charge in the White House?
In their lifetime, for sure.
Could it be you? Possibly. In my experience interviewing politicians.
Look, man, with people like AOC and Jasmine Crockett, trust me, y'all gonna make sure that women do not get into the White House for a while. For a while.
When someone says I'm not done, it means they are thinking seriously about running. But when you look at the bookies' odds, they put you as an outsider.
I've never listened to polls. If I listened to polls, I would have not run for my first office or my second office.
I mean, if you'd have listened to polls, you'd have knew you was going to lose that election. That's the funny part. If you listened to the polls, trust me, you just saw that election loss. Actually, if the entire base, Democratic base, actually listened to those polls, they wouldn't have been so surprised on November 5th, because Trump was leading in the polls all the way up to the election.
Wouldn't be sitting here in this interview.
Well, if Kamala Harris is the Democratic nominee in 2028, I can say with absolute confidence that she will be the most popular choice by a country mile among Republicans.
Here's the thing. You would think that like Dems would have learned their lessons from Republicans. Like, you remember when we tried to ran the old man and woman combo with John McCain and Sarah Palin? Remember that failed plan? So why the hell would y'all pick up on a failed plan that we failed against on? I mean, that the Republicans failed on. They tried the Sarah Palin and John McCain. They tried the white man and the woman, or the man and the woman. And it didn't work. Y'all gonna go pick up the same thing, except this time the woman is a colored woman, and y'all thought y'all did something. Then y'all got the same results as we did. I mean, hey, Dems, do y'all really learn y'all lessons? Do y'all peep game? Because honestly, if y'all peep game, I think that whole Biden-Kamala ticket would have never went. I mean, y'all would have definitely seen that one losing. But it is what it is. And shout out to Terry. Appreciate the support, sis. I think it should be named Trump's Big Beautiful Ballroom. You know what? Me too. Why not, man? Give it to the man. Go ahead and let him have it. People say it's going to be called the Charlie Kirk Ballroom, which I'm also in favor of. Either one would be nice. Either one.
Well, joining me to discuss all this and more is Michael Knowles, host of The Michael Knowles Show on Daily Wire, Mark Lamont Hill, the host of Bet News, Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lie, and Jack Posobiec, the host of Human Events. Well, welcome to all of you. Michael Knowles, I've been to the White House. It's a lovely building, amazing building, a bit like our number 10 Downing Street or Buckingham Palace. I've never paid much attention to the East Wing, but I have over the years heard grumblings that the White House generally doesn't have enough mass entertainment space, i.e. a big ballroom. So I'm trying to work myself into a lather of rage about this, and I'm coming up slightly short. Why is it winding so many people up that Trump is basically creating a space which was probably lacking?
Well, I'm really glad to see it, actually, Piers, because we've finally identified one historic American structure that the left does not want to tear down. Of course, if it were a statue of George Washington or Abraham Lincoln or Christopher Columbus or an historic church in Washington,
or Confederate fighters and all that good stuff. Yeah, y'all was all good with tearing that down. Y'all was all good with tearing down that part of American history. Well, y'all not? Oh, it's racist. Oh, it's this and that. Well, there's people that say the White House is racist too. And all of a sudden, when Trump does some renovations to it, oh, now y'all crying? Okay. Yeah, y'all are hilarious. I mean, y'all was letting a whole lot of statues get taken down. That was a part of American history. Y'all didn't say nothing then.
Washington, D.C., then they would want to rip it to the ground or burn it. But because it is a relatively recent addition to the White House that has been used for various purposes over the years, now they're all up in a rage. But I can promise them, don't worry, that what is going to replace it is going to be bigger. It's going to be much, much more functional than what effectively had become a First Lady's professional quarters since the Carter administration. It's going to be really useful, really beautiful, really patriotic, so I'm sure they'll want to tear it down then.
Brian Tyler Cohen, do you care? And if so, why?
I care because this puts on full display where Trump's priorities are. If you look at where he actually puts his energy, his focus, his resources, it's on a $350 million ballroom.
Wrong. I mean, no, you guys put your energy and focus there, not Trump. Trump is overseas trying to work out trade deals. Trump has been going country to country and trying to get peace deals. I mean, stop ceasefires and work out trade deals. That's been that man's focus. You guys are the ones focused on the ballroom. And then you're trying to frame it as if Trump's the one who's focused on it. This man ain't even in the United States right now to look over it. He's overseas trying to get a deal with not King Jong-un, but with Xi, with China. You guys are the one making this a big deal, not Trump. So don't even try to play us like we're stupid. Like, come on now. If Trump cares so much about that ballroom, as y'all say he did, he'll be right there overseeing it, making sure all the gold trimmings are perfect. But no, he's out there in Asia trying to make sure that trade deal is perfect.
It's on buying a couple of Gulfstream jets for Kristi Noem to the tune of $172 million. It's on hosting these crypto dinners where Trump has doubled his net worth. It's on gold plating his Oval Office.
I mean, y'all said nothing when Obama doubled his net worth out of office. The man walked in with 6 figures and then walked out $50 million net worth. I mean, y'all didn't have a problem with Obama making money. Y'all didn't have a problem with Nancy Pelosi making money. But Trump makes some money on crypto, and now it's a big old problem. I mean, that's absolutely hilarious. I mean, obviously, Obama was inside trading, but y'all didn't say nothing then, though, huh? I mean, how else does a guy walk in there with that and $50 billion up? I mean, his book wasn't that good.
It's on making sure that he can get himself a Qatari jet that'll be retrofitted to the tune of $1 billion paid for by American taxpayers. This is where his priorities are. And all the while, we've got American farmers who are getting screwed right now. We've got Americans more broadly, 17 million of whom are going to lose access to Medicaid. We've got 24 million Americans who are going to see their
17 million is going to lose access to Medicaid, but we still got about 70 million people on Medicaid still. So, and I'm gonna be real with you. I'm calling all these Democrats dumbasses if by next year we are not down by 60 million recipients of Medicaid. We're at 70. We're at 70 million. If we're not down by 55 million, then the Dems lied because you guys said how much we're supposed to be kicked off. Oh, 10 to 14 million. Okay, cool. We're at 70 million right now. We're at 70 million before the big beautiful bill. So let's see where we're at now, because I guarantee we're still at 70 million. And by next year, guess what? We'll probably still be at 70 million. So if I don't see a dramatic drop in those recipients, then they've lied to you. And I mean, you should be looking out for this too. If next year comes by, or even the middle of next year, and 14 million people aren't off Medicaid, then it's official. The Dems have lied to you.
ACA premiums double, triple, or quadruple. We've got inflation rising. We've got no manufacturing renaissance that was promised. We've got jobs completely flat. We've got wages flat.
And weak. That's funny, Tove. So we have a sign in our kitchen. Stop trying to explain stuff to stupid people. You aren't the jackass whisperer. I mean, I know, but sometimes, man, sometimes it feels like I am. Sometimes it do. I know they're being an ass. I know they're being a dick, but maybe I can get through with them with common sense and they'll just drop the condescendingness, even just for a second. Boy, how wrong I be.
All the while, Trump is only focused on surrounding himself with gold and opulence and wealth. And so it puts on full display what his priorities are in office.
I mean, he has got the hostages released in Gaza. So when you say it's his priority, why can a president of the United States not have multiple things that he's doing at the same time? The ballroom, I'm sure, is not to him a massive priority compared to trying to...
That's what I'm saying. It's a massive priority for you guys on the left, but I mean, we're not stressing about it. We understand that it's pretty much being built by donations. And I mean, we're not really concerned about it. I mean, I'm more concerned about Trump handling the trade deals, and inflation and all that good stuff. I'm more worried about that. Not really a ballroom, but I see that you guys are losing on every point that you got to try to make it about a ballroom. That's tough. I mean, you guys are losing on every point when you got to try to move the goalpost to a ballroom that, honestly, to something that many presidents have done before. Add on to the White House. Many presidents have done it before. Many presidents have took away stuff just to rebuild stuff. I mean, demolished parts of the White House just to renovate. It's all been done before.
Find peace around the world, but surely he can do two things at once.
Caroline Levitt came out just days ago and said that the ballroom is his priority. And again, the fact is that Donald Trump did not run solely on releasing the hostages. He had
So Caroline Levitt, see, this is how petty these guys are. Well, Caroline Levitt said that it's his sole priority, the ballroom. Now, even if Caroline Levitt said that, does his actions reflect that? Seeing that he's overseas, seeing that he's trying to maintain this Gaza ceasefire, considering that he's working on pretty much bringing jobs back and making sure investments stay coming into America. Like, can we just go off the man's actions instead of, well, what Caroline Levitt says? Because let's be real, obviously she probably misspoke. You most likely took this lady out of context, because I mean that's what all these left-wing guys do: take people out of context and then run with it like it's facts.
plenty of promises that he didn't come. Where are the Epstein files? Those weren't released.
Brian, what you just said is a total lie. I'll let you get away with some of the other exaggerations, but what you just said about Caroline Levitt is a total lie. The question was, is Trump looking at restoring or renovating any other aspects of the White House? And her response was, no, the ballroom is his priority, not his...
Thank you. Okay, so something told me that was taken out of context. I'm just like, dog, it's crazy how you left out the question of, well, is the president doing anything else? Nope, ballroom is main focus. Then he runs off and tells his people, oh, yeah, look at Trump saying that the ballroom is his main focus. Do you see how the left lies to you? Like, that was a complete lie. I mean, easily fact checkable. And here's the thing. He didn't even have to say nothing that ridiculous, because, like, shouldn't that kind of fall, like, flat on his face already? I'm like, hold on, the president talking about the ballroom being his main objective when he's out here in Asia? I mean, that don't make too much sense. But if you look into the full context of the video of that press briefing, you will see that, yeah, so apparently somebody asked Caroline Levitt, is Trump focusing on anything else in the White House? And she said, nope, main focus is the ballroom. But this man took it as, oh, no, that's his main focus over everything in America.
So let me ask you this, Michael.
His priority is reopening the government that the Democrats shut down.
Do you know why the government? Do you know why the government is shut down? Do you know why the Democrats?
Because Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer shut it down because Obamacare doesn't work and they want to give health care to illegals. That's why.
First of all, that's a complete lie. There is not a dime of federal funding that goes toward undocumented immigrants.
That's a lie. Yes, actually, if you look it up, there are clinics that literally get funding to be able to provide healthcare services to people regardless of their residential status. So, and that's funded by Medicaid, actually. That is actually funded by Medicaid. Actually, a lot of state-funded healthcare is funded by Medicaid. But, you know, they don't like to admit that part for some strange reason. You'd think that'd be common sense. But yes, it has been proven that, honestly, through the EMTLA law and the way our clinics work, it has been proven that illegals can receive, well, taxpayer-funded health care. Like, it's already been proven, bro, through the EMTLA law. If they come up there effed up, which I'm all in support of, I don't want to leave them hurting in the streets, but we're going to be covering that through Medicaid. I mean, clinics, if they're extremely sick and they need to go to a clinic, I mean, I get it. I don't want them to sit there and roll over and die, but they're here illegally. They shouldn't even be here to take up that Medicaid service. But hey, it's not like I'll be there sitting there trying to stop them from getting care. No, I would sit there and be like, I ain't gonna lie though. I'm for you getting care, but this is unacceptable how you guys are just coming here getting health care on the American people's backs. Like, it's on our dollar.
First of all. Second of all, if the Democrats relent on this issue, that means healthcare premiums for those 24 million Americans who rely on ACA coverage are going to double, triple, or quadruple. So are you in favor of that?
I agree that Obamacare has not worked out very well, and I wish the Democrats had done a better job when they passed it.
So answer the question that I asked,
Trump offered a clean continuing resolution, and they shut it down. And they shut it down, by the way, this gets back to your earlier point, because the Democrats are on the wrong side of virtually every issue in the country, other than health care, which they're barely holding on to, and environmentalism.
But health care is the issue that the government is shut.
No, here's the thing. I mean, bro, the Dems think that we don't want people to have health care or universal health care, and we do. I mean, the problem with universal health care is, I mean, who the hell gonna pay for that and be able to sustain it? Now, the problem with the healthcare system of today is that, well, it was supposed to be about having affordable healthcare, but healthcare is only getting more unaffordable. So healthcare premiums are going up, even though we got government subsidies going to them, enhanced government subsidies going into them, and healthcare prices are still going up. So it's a completely failing system. And if the Dems want to sit here and argue for a failing system and that we should put more money into the failing system, then yeah, people are going to look at you like you're dumb. I mean, even the sensible Dems are going to sit there and be like, come on now. We all know Obamacare ain't shit. So why are y'all over here trying to add more money into it instead of just trying to reform it with the Dems? Write out a proposal, send it out to the people. Let us know what you're trying to propose to the Republicans and put heat on them for it. And I'll be on y'all side as a MAGA supporter. I will be on y'all side about that. But yeah, all y'all got is all complaints and no action. Like, bro, write out a proposition. If y'all look, why wait on Trump? Why wait on Trump to reform healthcare? Why not be proactive? Why not be a fucking leader, Dems? You expect people to trust you to be their leader, but you don't have no leadership qualities, no proactiveness. You just can't get proactive and come out there with some plans on your own. And I'm just saying, just come out with the goddamn plan and give it to the people. I ain't saying that you got to push it through Congress. I'm just saying, give it to the people. Let us know what you're thinking about instead of just letting us know that you hate Trump all day.
And they have to shut the government down to change the momentum.
Healthcare is why the government is shut down right now. So I'm gonna reiterate the question that I asked you before. Do you think that Democrats should relent on holding this one issue forward, which is that if they don't do anything on ACA subsidies, that healthcare costs are going to double, triple, or quadruple? Do you agree that we should allow those costs to double, triple, or quadruple, and that Democrats should just allow the Republicans to do what they're trying to do, which is eliminate those subsidies?
No, they're not, and that's a lie also because, bro, a Republican walked up, and this was on camera. A Republican walked up to King Jeffries and said, yo, we're giving you a 1-year extension on these subsidies. Why won't you sign it? And that was actually a really good question. Like, yeah, King Jeffries, why won't you sign the 1-year extension on the healthcare subsidies? Well, and you know what? He didn't answer that question. He just pointed up and said, well, did your boss approve that? I mean, did he even address the question of, we're giving you the 1-year extension, why didn't you sign? Didn't even want to address that question because it's not about healthcare subsidies. And sadly, the political pundits on the left have not caught up to that idea.
The ACA is not a Republican law, my friend, and so I'm happy to renegotiate Obamacare. That would be wonderful.
It's a really simple question.
I'm telling you, I'm answering. I think it would be really good to fix Obamacare. We should do that. We shouldn't hold the government hostage.
You've had 9 years. 9 years we have been waiting for some change. We've been promised a new healthcare plan by Republicans
since you guys passed it.
Bro, since you guys, literally, since you guys passed it, the Republicans been trying to do some stuff to fix it. But the problem is, every time we try to touch it, you Dems lose y'all shit. And then y'all want to keep pouring money into this failing system. You have 4 years under Biden to also fix it. I mean, y'all had time under Obama to fix some of the kinks out of it. But all of a sudden now it falls under Republicans to fix something that you guys made. This is y'all baby, y'all creation. Y'all was so proud of Obama for passing this. Now that it's failing, and y'all don't even want to admit that, you just want to keep pouring money into it. But now that it's failing, come on now. We should at least be able to sit here and be like, all right, let's come to some reforms. Instead of arguing about healthcare subsidies that aren't helping the American people. Because healthcare costs are still rising even with those subsidies enacted. So what was the point? Like, what's the point of all this grandstanding if we really need economic reform and not these damn subsidies? Well, not economic reform, but healthcare reform and not those damn subsidies.
Concepts of a plan. That's it. We've got concepts of a plan.
Brian,
some
change from what?
Brian,
from
if I may jump.
And here's the thing. Well, where's your plan? Where's y'all plan? Obamacare is failing. If y'all plan is failing Obamacare, then y'all need to shut the F up. It's like y'all don't got a plan but a failing one. Like, oh, where's y'all plan, Republicans? I mean, dog, at a certain point, I'd rather have no plan than a failing plan, or at least trying to have a concept of a plan than a complete failing plan. So you guys acted a Republican. Well, where's y'all plan? I mean, I don't know if that's a good look because I look at you and be like, well, I don't know. How's y'all plan working out? I mean, Americans are getting waxed on healthcare. The Obama healthcare subsidy is not lowering costs for some reason. Costs are still going up. So how's that plan working? Thought so. So let's talk about healthcare reforms. And why don't y'all draft up a proposal and give it to the American people? And we'll hold the Republicans accountable for, if they want to enact it or not. I mean, y'all really need to start speaking to the people because that's something y'all neglect to do. I mean, y'all try to outrage the people instead of giving a plan to the people.
Brian, well, hang on, Brian, if I may jump in, you just spent the last 5 minutes talking about something other than the ballroom, having initially argued that this was Trump's.
And if you're for universal health care, cool. Tell me how, because like I said, I mean, all of us are for universal health care, but how's that going to get funded? How are we going to ensure that we're not having increased wait times? How are we going to ensure that we don't suffer from all the problems that other countries do? See, it's like you guys say stuff, but you don't really have a plan. You can't substantiate it. It's like, cool, tell us how we can enforce universal health care. And trust me, cutting tax cuts to billionaires, taxing billionaires ain't going to be it. Tell you that right now. So don't even try to say tax billionaires, because that ain't the solve all answer that you think it is.
Priority. So I'm a little bit confused. If the ballroom's his priority, why are you moving the narrative so quickly to something else he's been doing?
What's the other thing he's been doing? I've been saying that what the Republicans are trying to do is not add those ACA subsidies, which would keep healthcare costs.
No,
where
I
they
get
are
it,
right
but you're
now.
talking about a totally different issue. I know, but you're talking about a totally different issue, which is the government shutdown. I made the point that Trump has also managed to get the hostages released in Gaza, that he's also trying to forge.
Universal health care is not an answer, bro. If you have no way to implement universal health care, you're just saying an ideology. You're having lofty ideals. You don't have a plan. Because universal health care requires implementation and a plan to carry out funding. Organizations, getting people in line with the pricing of universal health care. Where's your plan? Universal health care, you just saying it is not doing anything. And saying, oh, we can just run it like Canada. We have more people than Canada. Or we can just run it like these smaller European nations. We have more people than them. It don't work like that.
A deal to end the war in Ukraine. A president of the United States has a number of important things going on at any given time. The idea that the construction of a ballroom on the east wing of the White House is his top priority, I think is very disingenuous. Now, does he think it needs a space for a new ballroom? Then, yeah, look, let me bring in Jack on this one. Jack, like I say, I've only been to the East Wing actually once, but it did strike me there is not a big ballroom space. So if there needs to be one, why not have one?
Yeah, and I think that clearly, he's doing it in typical Trump fashion, right? Where I don't think people realized quite how extensive this was going to be, and I think that's why so many people, when they first saw the images that came out, that really, really took them aback. But at the same, it can be jarring. But at the same time, when you look at the White House itself, it is a relatively small compared to the world leader residences around the world, or compared to any European capital, for example. And so it makes sense that the White House would have the ability to do this. You can't have world leaders have on these state visits, whether it be Republican or Democrat, coming in and they're walking around on the South Lawn and, in these tents and on the grass. It's just ridiculous. Why not have a nice ballroom? And by the way, while we're at it, I'd love, and I do love the fact that it was trending this weekend, that one of the names that was suggested for this is the Charles J. Kirk Ballroom.
Let me get straight to the point. Gold is up by around 40% this year. That's not speculation.
Which would be something that the left would still lose their mind over. But you know what? They wouldn't lose their mind that much over Charlie Kirk, over it being named after Charlie Kirk than Trump. It be named after Trump, they're gonna lose their ish. But Charlie Kirk, they'll still lose it, but it's not gonna be to that extreme. So, hey man, I'd rather y'all name it after Charlie Kirk, okay? Go ahead and do that.
Mark Lamont Hill here. I just think it's one of those things where if you look at the history of presidents and what they've done to the White House as an edifice, 1829, Andrew Jackson added the North Portico. Right. 1902, Theodore Roosevelt adds the West Wing. 1909, William Taft expands the West Wing and adds the first Oval Office. 1913, Woodrow Wilson adds the Rose Garden. 1942, FDR adds the East Wing to the House to house additional war staff and a bomb shelter. 1948, Truman oversees the total reconstruction of the White House. And 1970, Nixon adds the briefing room for journalists. There is a long and illustrious history of presidents from all sides doing stuff to the White House building. Putting stuff up, taking stuff down. What's the big deal?
Literally.
All right. Those are interesting dates and observations, and I think they are part of a bigger issue. Let me start by saying this is not my priority issue. There are a lot of things in the world to be outraged about right now, and this wouldn't make my top 20. I do understand, though, that some people see this as a signpost of a deeper problem. At a moment where there is a government shutdown, at a moment where there is not true peace, certainly not lasting peace in Gaza, at a moment where people are fighting for everything from healthcare to reparations to people are battling about redistricting, for this to become not Trump's priority, but
look, boy, right now, y'all get universal health care before black people get reparations. I'll tell you that right now.
But certainly the thing that is being trumpeted, it can appear to people as a distraction. You mentioned Nixon in 1970. Nixon in 1970 is opening up space for journalists, right? You mentioned a bomb shelter in 19, would you say 19, it was during World War II. It was either, I remember, I forget the year, something, maybe 1940 or something. 42, that's in the middle of World War II. That makes sense. 1913, it was done. That's the year before World War I starts. So again, imagine if 2 years later someone was doing something purely for entertainment purposes. It could look bad. And at a moment where Trump is...
But yeah, but it's not, I'm gonna be real with you. I get what you're saying, but purely for entertainment purposes. He's not doing it because, I just want to build a ballroom. He's doing it because he sees value in that White House having a ballroom to host the world leaders and delegates. I mean, why not? Why we have these guys out there in a tent eating on paper plates? They're world leaders. It's like, what? It's not like they're coming to America to be humbled. They're coming to America for diplomacy. So yes, let's them sit in the ballroom. Let the Trump make his addresses. I mean, any type of celebration that can be held at in the ballroom, we might be able to see those. All I can honestly say is that the ballroom is not that big of a deal. And also, it's not costing the American taxpayer anything. And it's a good addition to the White House. It also makes it look a little bit more as prestige to it. Because now we got a ballroom that we can host parties or world leaders and all that cool stuff. I mean, other places got ballrooms and all that good stuff. Or event places that are extremely well decorated. Other countries got it. Why not us? Especially if it's for free. I mean, hey, if they're giving up donations for it, basically it's free.
It's for statecraft.
Again, I'm not arguing the point. I'm saying it's more about the optics for me. At a moment where Trump is being accused of assuming
Mark,
a kind of
here's what I would say,
authoritarian...
Mark, here's what I'd say. Yeah, but Mark, here's what I say to that. The reason it's become such a big deal is because of the, in my opinion, massively over-the-top hysterical reaction to it from Democrats. It's not that big a deal, really. It's not costing the American people anything. And if another president who comes in from the Democratic Party doesn't like it, they can do their own thing. The president has the power and authority to do what he's done. He thinks he needs a bigger space to welcome foreign dignitaries and world leaders. That's not really entertainment. That's part of the functioning process of the White House acknowledging and receiving the most important people in the world. I mean, I just can't. I'm trying to get angry about this, and I'm failing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sensible, you just see it as the White House getting more class. I mean, it's already a prestigious building. Why doesn't it have a ballroom? I mean, it only makes sense that it would. I was surprised that it didn't. But hey, now it does. Shout out to Trump.
I don't think you need to get angry about this. By the way, the word entertainment space has been used repeatedly by the White House. That's why people are saying entertainment. I get that he's not hosting like Lollapalooza, but there's still an idea here that this is not a major priority in terms of politics. Again, it's not.
Nah, Rolling Loud concert at the White House. Rolling Loud in the boat, coming live from the White House ballroom, man. Rolling Loud coming out. What your favorite? Insert your favorite rapper here, or I don't know, the country music event. What was it like? I forgot what was it? The Country Music Awards hosted inside the White House ballroom. It's like, I could see that. I could see the more country one being reality than the Rolling Loud.
It's not the thing that gets me out of bed in the morning or stops me from sleeping at night. But I do think it's interesting at a moment where people are seeing Trump seize more and more power, and he's seeming more and more like an authoritarian figure. And there are people who are saying that this requires a federal oversight committee and that this isn't the unilateral decision that should be made. And it costs $100 million more than he said, even though he's the great builder in chief. I think there are reasons why.
Here's the thing, though. Isn't that kind of crazy how y'all said nothing about Powell when the expensing on his building went up? And it was like about a couple $2 billion for that. So you guys are crying about $300 million, but you were championing Powell versus sticking it to Trump about the reconstruction of the federal building. I was happy that it actually turned out to cost more, and it was on American taxpayer dollars. Y'all said nothing about it because why? Oh, it's Powell, and Powell's going against Trump. So hey, as long as it's against Trump, we don't care about spending. As long as this is going against Trump. But if it isn't, now we care all of a sudden. Like, bro, the hypocrisy is real.
You're almost giving fodder to your political opponents, which creates this hullabaloo that I don't think we need.
Okay, let me just come back, if I might, Michael, to something Scott Galloway said, which may be a much more significant part of this whole debate, which is he believes it's a sign of something else. Let's take a look.
what this means is the following, is that he is normalizing federal troops in cities. He's creating doubt around the election process, and he has no intention of leaving. Because I won't, if I'm renting a place, I won't put in a new refrigerator, much less tear down an entire wing.
Yeah.
So
Bro.
let's be honest, folks. You really think he'd go through this if he was planning to leave in 36 months?
I mean, can't you ask that question to other presidents? Like, oh, are you sure you're planning on leave? You're creating a rose garden, so you're sure you're going to leave? He's going to be a dictator, guys, because he want to watch roses. Could you imagine if we used that for one of our presidents? Like, can you imagine that? I mean, oh, he's a dictator because he's creating a ballroom. Guys, like, bro, yeah. Come on now, there gotta be a better line of thinking than this, because y'all are killing me. Like,
stop it. Get some help.
Crying over a ballroom.
Yeah, it's his new Mar-a-Lago. He's building Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Now, Michael,
Donald
Trump was asked on Air Force One overnight. Well, hang on. Yeah, I'm coming to this. So, Michael, on Air Force One, Trump was asked about these persistent rumors that he may run again. Let's take a look.
I would love to do it. I have my best numbers ever. It's very terrible. I have my best numbers. If you read it, am I not ruling it out? And you'll have to tell me. All I can tell you is that we have a great group of people, which they don't. They have Jasmine Crockett, a low IQ person. They have AOC's low IQ.
Now, Michael, my personal view is that Trump is on a massive troll about this, which is winding up the left pretty successfully. I don't actually think he has any intention to run again. However, I don't know for sure. Would you see that if he did actually try and run again? Or there's even this kind of weird conspiracy theory that he may let J.D. Vance run and act as his vice president, then Vance just surrenders authority to his vice president, who's Donald Trump. Knowing Donald Trump, the idea he would do anything that involves the word vice is unthinkable, and he's already ruled that out as a mad idea. But would you think that if he was to try and run again, that to me would be a step too far? That's way more significant and serious, I would say, than an argument about a ballroom.
Yep.
Trump's second term thus far has been good enough that I would cheer if, we could have Caesar Augustus Donaldus Trump. But it's not going to happen because it's prohibited by the 22nd Amendment. Even the idea of his becoming vice president, it wouldn't work. The 22nd Amendment prohibits that. Now, it's worth pointing out, no less a conservative than Ronald Reagan campaigned at the end of his second term and after he left office for Alzheimer's disease to overturn the 22nd Amendment. So there's a longstanding American...
You know what? I mean, there's a good debate against the 22nd Amendment. And I always do say people is okay with abolishing the 22nd Amendment when they got their favorite president in here. So I'm not going to sit here and make that argument. But I will say this. The 22nd Amendment does leave us at a strategical disadvantage with other countries, like China. Like, here's the thing. A lot of countries can wait out our leadership. Like, they don't like Trump. That's perfectly fine. Wait 4 years, hold out on America, and we'll get somebody who is going to want to work with us better than Trump, at the detriment of the American people. Like, we'll wait till somebody who's willing to sell out the American people come around. I mean, Russia can do this. I mean, shoot, Turkey, like a lot of countries that have either I was be real with you, a dictatorship, monarch, oligarchy, they wait us out. We have a constant change in leadership styles every 4 to 8 years. That's honestly, as a country as strong as we are, as a country as wealthy as we are, I'm gonna be real with you, it's not really too smart. And I'm okay with the terms, and that's fine, but we do got to understand how that puts us at a disadvantage when other countries have the same leader for like 10, 20 years. And I'm not saying that we should adopt that as well. I'm just letting you guys know the strategic disadvantage that we are at with term limits. And, I mean, if you're reasonable, you'd agree. I mean, and also agree that we should have them, but you could also reasonably agree that they strategically put us at a disadvantage when it comes to, economic future planning, policy future planning, because our leadership style changes, while their leadership style changes consistent for over the 10 to 40 years.
Tradition that that there is a term limit and it's at the ballot box, and the only one who ever abused that was the Democrat Franklin Roosevelt, who became the American monarch. But all of that is kind of beside the point, because we have a data point here. These Democrats who are wailing about Trump never leaving office because he wants to make some improvements to the White House at private expense, they seem to have forgotten that we already tested this in 2020 after Democrats had changed all the election rules, in some cases unconstitutionally. Even amid all of that, Donald Trump left office. And then people missed him so much that they invited him back.
And let's be real. Let's pretend like it's not outside the possibility of the Constitution. Like I said, I mean, we can make an amendment. We could repeal the 22nd Amendment. And there you go. I mean, term limits have now been lifted. It's just so unlikely to get an amendment pushed through because it requires major bipartisan support that we would never get for Trump to pretty much appeal the 22nd Amendment. It never happened.
So maybe in the meantime, once he leaves and J.D. Vance is president, maybe we can finally fulfill Reagan's dream, get rid of the 22nd Amendment, and then we can get Trump to a non-consecutive third term.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Trump would have to do, and like I said, like, the odds of Trump getting a third term is so small. It's possible. It's not 0%. I'll tell you that right now. But I put it at like 3 to 5% because he would have to do so freaking good that he converted like most of the liberals over to his side, to where everybody's like, yeah, liberals and Republicans and conservative liberals and conservative likes are going to be like, yeah, we need him again. It would literally take Trump doing so freaking good that he got even the libs on his side, to where, yes, we need to run this man again. That's how, and that's why I say it's so freaking unlikely. You damn near got to put it in the single digit percentage. Like, I can't even say it at a 9%. It got to be in the 3 to 5.
A clip from Steve Bannon, obviously
can I,
being very
Piers,
close
can
to
I
Oh,
Trump
answer
over
that
the
real?
years.
Can I?
Well,
can I say something
just
about that
let me
real
play the
quick?
clip from Bannon, then you can. Hang on a second. I'll play the clip from Bannon. It's on the same theme. Then you can respond. Let's take a look.
You need a third term in order to see that job through.
Well, he's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28.
Brian, your response.
So first of all, Michael, if the way that you're going to disprove the notion that Trump is going to try and seek a third term is by pointing to how he reacted in the aftermath of his loss in 2020, I don't think that inspires much confidence. I'm not sure if you remember,
did he
but
leave
there was
office or
a
not?
full-blown, it was a whole-ass insurrection.
Nah, I mean, like, bro, let's be real. I'll debate anybody if that was an insurrection or not. And here's the thing. The only way I feel like you'd be able to beat me in that debate is if you're willing to admit that BLM was an insurrection as well. Because when it says insurrection, well, what about the hurt police officers and government buildings and all that? Yeah, I mean, you guys hurt police officers in the BLM riots. You guys destroyed way more government property, hurt way more officers, caused way more destruction nationwide, and that's not considered an insurrection? But hold on, we got a bunch of people who was protesting the results of an election. A riot at best. It's a riot at best. For it to be an insurrection, bro, they didn't need guns, and they didn't have to go to the White House. Not the Capitol building, but the White House. Because that's the center of power of the United States if we're talking about causing an insurrection. And then they'd have to go there with the intent of killing not only President Biden, but also killing Pence. And guess what? That wasn't the goal. They were protesting the results of the election, and it got rowdy. It turned into a riot. For it to say an insurrection, go ahead, line it up with the definition of insurrection. And then line it up with the wider reason these guys are protesting. You'll see that, well, the definition falls short. Or calling it insurrection falls short. It's a riot, but not an insurrection. And they only use the word insurrection because it just, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you, it's an over-exaggeration of the situation. Because they didn't go in there trying to overthrow the government. If they went in there trying to overthrow the government, dog, we wouldn't have got them out of there. It would literally have taken the military to get all those January 6ers out of there if it was about taking over the government. Because they left. They were asked to leave and they left. Some of it was even chauffeured around there. So to sit there and say that was an insurrection is wild. Because if it was an insurrection, it had taken military force to remove every January 6er out of there. Not just the National Guard. It took real military force that it came in there with weapons. Not just one guy with a knife and maybe a couple guys that might have had a weapon. The only person that got shot in there was the January 6th protester, Ashley Babbitt. So how? How is this an insurrection again? Like I said, man, it just falls short of an insurrection. Riot for sure, but insurrection, nah. Nah. I mean, and truly, like I said, cops were hurt on January 6th. Bro, cops were getting hurt for like, a month straight under the BLM riots. But we don't call that the BLM insurrection. Hundreds of federal buildings were destroyed under the BLM riots. We don't call it the BLM insurrection. So let's go ahead and keep a fair comparison. If we can't call the BLM insurrection an insurrection, then we can't call January 6th an insurrection either. But we can call both of them a riot.
January 6th thing, I don't know if you missed it.
Oh, wow. So hold on. There was a big insurrection and a coup d'etat. So, Brian, let me just ask you, did Trump leave office or not?
Yeah, dude, because he wasn't successful at trying to do what he was trying to do.
If he was trying, like I said, and it doesn't make sense, because if he was trying to coup the government and all those January 6ers got inside, and if their goal was to coup the government, why would they leave? Why didn't they have guns if the idea was to coup the government? Just get into the building, what? Get in there with no guns, no nothing? What were they going to take over? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even make sense to call it an insurrection when you're talking about a whole bunch of unarmed people walking in there, protesting, talking about, oh, the election was stolen, we want it to be recounted, and that's an insurrection. Yeah, you guys are insane. No guns, no nothing. They didn't try to occupy no part of the United States, nothing. Like I said, man, over exaggerated.
He was indicted for blocking the certification of Congress. Like there is this whole revisionist history where people say, because he wasn't successful at trying the coup that he was trying, that somehow he didn't try it. His mentality is that he has carte blanche to stay in power, to usurp power, to hold it to himself whenever he wants. And pointing to 2020 doesn't prove your point. It expressly disproves your point.
It literally proves the point because he left office, which you just admitted.
Yeah, I know. It literally proves the point that, well, did he not leave office? I mean, let's be real. Oh, he failed. That wasn't an insurrection. Because if he really wanted to sit there, then cool, he'd gain his followers. He said, look, all my followers, go get your guns. We're going to hold up in the White House and they're going to have to drag us out. And we're taking over the government with guns. That would be considered an insurrection. That would be Donald Trump not trying to give up power. Not a bunch of guys who are disgruntled about the election results going to the Capitol and it turning into a riot. No, that's not an insurrection. No guns, no nothing. No occupation of the building. No, they were asked to leave and they got out. I don't know, guys. I don't know about that.
Not willingly.
This time,
I mean, somebody taking a shit on somebody's desk. That's an insurrection. No, that's just a riot, guys. When they walk in there with guns, talking about the Capitol building is ours, we're trying to overthrow the government with armed guns, and we're trying to kill all the politicians. That would be an insurrection. That would be an overthrow of the American government, not guys being disgruntled about an election.
I think
super duper insurrection, the worst in American history. Okay, I'll wait for that.
So if somebody,
do you want to place a wager? Do you want to place a wager?
I think we can have an honest conversation about this. That's a little more.
And remember, there was no threatening to stopping the transfer of power. All they were asking for, like I said, you don't know really anything about the protests and what they were protesting for, because there were protesters after the election protesting the results of the election, and on January 6th. That was just another scheduled protest to go against the election, and not to pretty much say that, oh, we need to just stop it. No, they were saying, no, we needed to be investigated because we feel like there was election fraud. That's what they told Pence. Trump believed it too. They asked Pence, yo, you think we can get this investigated? Pence said, no, I'm just going to go ahead and confirm it. And that's where the betrayal was. That's where the betrayal was. If you understand, if you tell somebody, I think there's a problem going on, I think we should wait off until we go ahead and pass this through. I'm not saying that, hey, it's all wrong. We're just wanting to be investigated. They said no, they kept it going, and they felt like they were betrayed. And they felt like, all right, well, there must be something going on if we're telling you that we're seeing signs of election fraud and you're not willing to investigate it. And that's what popped off the January 6th protests. And then it turned into a riot, due to the fact that there are agitators in there. They have agents in there ripping off a glass off the windows, trying to let people in. If you actually look at the recordings in January 6th, you'll see that they were let into the Capitol and escorted around the Capitol. Did that look like an insurrection to you? I mean, like I said, if we're talking about overthrowing the government, what an insurrection is, an armed overthrow of the government, then where are the guns? Where's the occupation of a government building? None of that's there. no insurrection.
To that. I mean, I think the truth is, I think we can all say Donald Trump indisputably left office. I think we can all say Donald Trump left office kicking and screaming. He did every legislation. He made. No, I'm trying to advance the conversation so we don't just have a dogfight the whole time. I'm saying, yeah, there was a fight. Yes, there was resistance. Some of it was legal. Some of it was extra legal. Some of it was flat out illegal. Some of it was nonviolent. Some of it was violent. Some of it wasn't directly from Trump. Some of it was from his support. We get that. But the point here is that Trump did not want to leave office and did everything he could to not leave office.
No. It's not that Trump didn't want to leave office. It's that Trump felt like the election was stolen from him. Stolen. If there was a proper investigation done and it was still proven that Trump lost, Trump would have settled down. He'd be like, all right, cool, you got me, I lost. But no, instead, y'all ignored some decent evidence that there was election fraud going on. You moved past it. Mike Pence rushed to get in Biden. And let's be real, not only did the MAGA base feel betrayed, but so did Trump. And they're like, all right, well, let's go ahead and protest this. And it turned into a riot. It is what it is. Like I said, though, if we can't consider the BLM riot an insurrection, we have no right to consider January 6th an insurrection at all. Considering property damage, people hurt, police hurt, government buildings destroyed. Come on now.
And still doesn't really believe, or at least doesn't state publicly that he lost the election. And so based on that logic, it's not unreasonable to think that Donald Trump would resist again. And if he resisted knowing that he doesn't have a second term in his back pocket like he did the first time, it's entirely plausible that he goes even harder this.
But see, and you're leaving out the point that Donald Trump believed that he lost an election. Bro, it's not like Donald Trump's term was over and said, F it, I ain't leaving. No, he didn't do that. And y'all know that's not true. And let's be real. If you want to actually have this argument, you need to sit there with the facts saying that Trump believed that the election was stolen from him. This was the only reason he didn't want to leave. If he believed that the election wasn't stolen, he'd have left. Like coming up now, there's going to be no reason for this man to feel like an election was stolen in 2028 because he's not going to be the one running. He's not going to be the one even participating in that election. So of course he's going to leave. Like, y'all not even willing to bring up the argument of, oh, Trump didn't want to go because he said, I feel like the election was stolen. There was evidence of election fraud that was never investigated. That's fair to say. He can have that. He's allowed to say that. Hillary Clinton did the same effing thing. She said, yo, I feel like the election was stolen. It needs to be investigated. But y'all don't ever want to bring up that.
Time. It's entirely plausible. All the conspiracy theories are possible. And when people who have supported him for years, if not decades, say, look, he ain't going nowhere, that also doesn't inspire confidence.
You guys don't believe
this. Smooth transition of power.
You don't believe this. Would you place any money on the notion that Trump is going to stay in office for a third term?
Just allow me to finish the thought, and then I promise I won't interrupt you. And so when you see that rhetoric, these actions, Trump's statements, then combined with him doing major reconstruction on a rental, as my man said, that does make some people anxious. Do I think Trump is going to stay in a third term? No, because I think that the armed forces, I think in particular branches of government aren't going to allow that to happen because they'll be listening to the new commander in chief who will be the elected president. I actually think Trump won't stay a third time, but I do think it won't be without a fight. I think that's plausible.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep.
But yes, and for people who don't know, an insurrection is a violent uprising against a government or authority, typically involving an organized group with the intent to overthrow, seize power, or resist lawful authority. So, what did the January 6ers go up there for? To protest the results of the election, not to overthrow the government. Did they try to seize power? No, because they tried to seize power, then it would have been with guns, and they'd have just occupied the government. They'd have occupied that government building with guns. So that leaves it out there. Resisting lawful authority. Most of the January 6ers did not resist lawful authority. There was a couple of them that got violent, yes, but not all January 6ers were resisting lawful authority, and that's why you really can't call it an insurrection, because not all of them was unified in hurting police. Not all of them were unified in going inside the Capitol. So you can't call it an insurrection, but you can call it a riot for sure. And like I said, I mean, when you read out the definition of what an insurrection is, it don't match up. But hey, people will say what they want to say, even if it doesn't make sense.
The code Kamala Harris.
Like I said, anybody, somebody want to argue January 6th, read out what an insurrection is to them and ask them, are you sure that matches up? And if they say yes, then they just completely ignored everything you said.
Harris is definitely hinting she may run again, which might be even better news for Republicans than Donald Trump running again. This is what she told Laura Kuenssberg from the BBC yesterday.
In terms then of what is next for you, you write very powerfully about the differences that many women have made to your life. When are they going to see a woman in charge in the White House?
In their lifetime, for sure.
Could it be you? Possibly. In my experience interviewing politicians, when someone says, I'm not done, it means they are thinking seriously about running. But when you look at the bookies' odds, they put you as an outsider.
I've never listened to polls. If I listened to polls, I would have not run for my first office or my second office. And I certainly wouldn't be sitting here in this interview.
Now, she also told Charlemagne the God, I'm not done. I've lived my entire life of service. It's in my bones. So there have been 2 interviews at the weekend, or the last few days, where she clearly intimated, Jack, that she may have another go at this. I mean, I watched the interview she did in its entirety with Laura Kuenssberg. I thought she just came over as so utterly deluded. Clearly thinks this was a very narrow defeat, that under normal circumstances, if Biden had stood down a bit earlier, she'd have walked it, when in fact the reality is Donald Trump won everything. He won the White House, the Electoral College, the popular vote. He won the whole of Congress. He won every swing state. I mean, it was the biggest shellacking of modern times in terms of the breadth of the victory. Why would she even think of running again?
Oh, no, Piers, I couldn't disagree more. I mean, America's a divided country. This panel's divided in many ways. But if there's one thing America can't get enough of, it's more Kamala Harris. We need more Kamala Harris on TV, more Kamala Harris rallies, more of those incredible concerts, which I attended, many of them, many of the rallies that I went to, just so high energy. We need as much Kamala Harris as America. Actually, she should replace Bad Bunny as the Super Bowl halftime performer. She should just get up there with Megan Thee Stallion, maybe with Bad Bunny, come on out as a guest. I would love her to do every single bit of that.
Well, Brian and Mark have been stony-faced throughout that little statement. So, Brian, let me ask you, this cannot be helpful, surely, to the Democratic Party. I mean, what I'm seeing with the Democratic Party right now, you've got Kamala Harris on this kind of whiny defeat tour, hinting she wants another go at this, which I think would be a disaster. But you also have the progressive, quite hard left of the party beginning to dominate now in Democratic politics. And again, if you're the Republicans, you're probably rubbing your hands with glee that AOC may be the candidate. I mean, what is your view of the way, first of all?
I mean, yeah, because we understand that Jasmine Crockett, people like AOC and Jasmine Crockett, they look good on camera. They look good on camera when nobody's debating them and they can just yell out all their lofty ideals with no pushback. But when they become a presidential candidate, oh, the pushback begins and the grilling starts. And you might just end up with another Kamala Harris or worse. Because the problem is AOC, I think she knows how to talk, but I have not seen AOC engaged in, well, no, not really too many debates, nor in really too much any like public engagements. Or I would say I don't see her like on Fox News. I don't really see her on CNN that much. I don't even see her on MSNBC. And those are the people that love her. I mean, I seen Jasmine Crockett. I think she was on ABC, but that's it. That's it. So AOC, I don't know if she's going to do real well in the public setting. Jasmine Crockett, I mean, she'll probably be should be better up to rile up the troops. But as far as policy goes, I don't know about all that. I think she's just going to fall just like AOC would. You're like, y'all need new people. That's just the fact of the matter. The Dems, y'all need a new lineup.
What Kamala Harris is doing on maneuvers, but also the way the battle to be the voice and the heart, if you like, and the soul of the Democratic Party is looking like heading towards another election.
I think in general, if Kamala Harris wants to throw her hat in the ring again, like a full primary is not something that's going to hurt anybody. I think having as many voices as we possibly can is just going to be, I mean, the criticism against Democrats as we headed into the 2024 election was that it was not a democratic process. And so inherently for anybody to say, oh, Kamala Harris can't run, I think is feeding into that same idea. If she wants to run, if she wants to be part of what I promise will be an extraordinarily large primary field, then more power to her. I think more voices is always welcome. It may be the case that she gets only a few percentage points and it becomes very clear that she's not going to be the nominee. So be it. I think that lending ourselves to that democratic process is only going to help more and more. Now, in terms of the broader Democratic Party right now, look, I think to your point, there is a bit of uncertainty as to who the new face of the Democratic Party is going to be, as to who the leadership of the Democratic.
Because look, if it's AOC or Jasmine Crockett, you guys are gonna lose. You're gonna lose. I mean, like the Texas girl, really not even a Texas girl. She's from Missouri. St. Louis, Missouri, but they won't save you guys. Y'all keep depending on these women to save y'all ass, and they keep letting y'all down every trip. So y'all might want to find some, male candidates. I'm just saying, maybe that's something you guys should try. Just all male candidates. See how that works out for you. Because adding the women in the mix has not really been working out too well for you guys. And you keep trying to run another female candidate, is looking like you guys, that's what you're doing for 2028. I'm gonna tell you this right now, you guys will lose again. Even worse though, because if it's AOC or Jasmine Crockett, y'all pretty much cooked. Like, it's over for you guys. I don't really know too many candidates that you guys got. I mean, Josh Shapiro maybe. I know Pritzker and Westmore are interested. I mean, but trust me, I mean, y'all be better off with Westmore than Pritzker. And Gavin Newsom, I mean, that's a complete no. Dassin, of course not.
Democratic Party is going to be. We don't have that answer right now, and I know that's not really like a satisfactory answer, but we just don't have that answer, and in large part that's why the party had felt rudderless for so long. And so I think that we're going to get that answer relatively soon, but I think that we can see as we head toward the 2026 midterm cycle that really, in large part, these midterm elections are going to be a referendum on the unpopularity of Republicans. We've seen Democrats overperform 12, 14, 16 points from where they were in 2024. So we'll be able to kind of benefit from that as we head toward midterms, but we're going to need some standard bearer as we head toward 28.
Michael Knowles, it seems to me the problem the Democratic Party has, well, I'll come to you, Mark, in a moment, but Michael, in the New York mayoral race, Mamdani is clearly a very charismatic guy. He's galvanized people in New York. There's no question of that. And there's no doubt that the party nationally is looking at him and thinking, wow, okay, is this the way to go? But my gut feeling is that what the Democratic Party is desperately crying out for is another kind of Bill Clinton figure, Barack Obama figure, left of center, but not too far less, pragmatic, a common sense candidate with bags of charisma, someone who can come and really drag the party out of the poll gutter. It's currently languishing, least popular Democratic Party ever right now in recorded history in terms of the poll numbers. And I looked at the rally yesterday where you had AOC and Bernie Sanders and Mamdani and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, wow, I just, this can't work, can it?
Mamdani is very impressive for New York, and I hope that the Democrats take the lesson that they need to replicate him nationally. I hope they nominate him for president in 2028, because the demographic of New York is not the demographic of the rest of the country. So Mamdani, for instance, relies on the foreign-born New Yorker population. Without the foreign-born population, he loses. It's not even particularly close. So I hope that they try to make all of America look like New York. For the rest of them, I think
here's the problem. I mean, I feel bad for New Yorkers because they're dealing with an affordability crisis that the Dems created for them. And it's funny because they're looking for the Dems for a way out. And it's absolutely kind of insane to me because it's like, all right, you understand that the Dems got you into this affordability crisis and now you're looking for a Dem to get you out. You would think that they would learn their lesson and be like, maybe we might want to try, the Republicans, since they tend to be better with, businesses and the market. Maybe we might want to try them. But nah, I went to the same people who pretty much put you in this affordability crisis. And Mamdani, you know what? I'm praying for you guys, man. I actually hope this man does something for you. I don't want to sit there and just wish bad on New York, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to get bad in New York.
right appears that the Democrats are trying to have a Bill Clinton New Democrat-like figure. That was Gavin Newsom's initial instinct. So he tried to make friends with Charlie Kirk. He tried to make friends with Steve Bannon. And then the base just wouldn't let him. So then he had his press office tweeting out all sorts of unhinged, radically left-wing things, vaguely threatening. They don't know what to do. They're schizophrenic. I don't think that Kamala is serious about running. I think Kamala had
Oh, and shout out Terry for sending the floating heart. 10 jewels. Appreciate the support, sis.
some ghost-written book, and she answered the question about how she's not done in politics. I think this,
And guys, I've had this call-in link open for a minute now. Any naysayers who want to come up and feel like I'm wrong, feel like they can give me the facts, please come on up and share the facts. I would love to hear you out, but most likely you can't substantiate what you're claiming. Especially if it's a wild claim like, I don't know, Trump's a Nazi or something like that. But hopefully you don't come up with something that ridiculous.
the Sarah Palin 2012 all over again. It's going to be will she, won't she, to try to get some speaker fees, but it's not really going to work. And then who are you?
And it's on my main page in the post tab. Like I said, any of y'all want to come up, I'll be happy to have that conversation or debate.
Left with? I think AOC is legitimately a pretty impressive candidate. Probably can't win nationally, but she is where the Democrat Party is going. Otherwise, who you got? Mamdani? Okay, nominate him. I'm in. Where do I donate?
Yeah, I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, I think this is a real crisis of identity for the Democratic Party. And it looks to me like they haven't really learned much from the last election, which is if you get hijacked by the progressive left of the party with all the woke stuff that was enveloping the party, that you can run into a populist Republican candidate who just takes you to the woodshed, right? And I just feel like they haven't learned from this. That surely the party has to move back to a more electable center ground, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you would hope.
I've been through the ringer with health scares affecting loved ones.
I mean, you would hope. Like, nobody really wants socialism except for the people in New York, apparently, but they're scarred from too much unaffordability. That's what they're scarred from. I mean, look, when you make things so unaffordable, people will start begging for socialism. Because the fact that, I mean, these Dems in New York have pretty much made capitalism fail for these people. Now they're feeling more, now they're more socialists. And that's what happens when you let capitalism completely fail at people. It always happens. I mean, look, man, when markets fall, when free markets fall, I mean, people start thinking a little bit more socialist. And then when the socialist, takes over and these guys have an effed up government, now they're thinking more capitalist.
It was going to be one of those monumental achievements in human history that you and I agreed.
When people start starving in the streets, yes, people get a little bit more capitalist. But shout out to Tove. Let's see. He says Harem Rhodes Reeves. People need to look him up. Yeah, Harem Rhodes Reed. All right, shoot, I'll look him up. Why not?
I think you're right that the Democratic Party has not learned its lesson. I think the Democratic Party over and over again continues to fail to lose its lesson because it doesn't seem to be able to find its backbone. It doesn't seem to want to engage or respond to the policies and the outcomes that voters want. I mean, the reason Mamdani is popular is because he's speaking to people's needs. I mean, people want lower taxes. People want public transportation that's free. People want access to housing and healthcare. People want to be safe on the streets. And we can have disagreements about certain pieces of Mamdani's politics. That's fine. Everyone can have those agreements and disagreements. I tend to agree with them. But ultimately,
oh yeah, people do forget about this part. Shout out Toe for this one. I'll go ahead and I'll share it. Yes, Hiram R. Reeves. All right, let's see here. Mr. Reeves was an American Republican politician, minister in the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and college administrator. I mean, and they say, we're held back. We can never be successful without our reparations. I'm like, this man wasn't talking about reparations. This brother wasn't talking about no reparations. He got to it. That man got to working. But we need reparations, said. Man, crybabies. Soft, weak-minded. It is what it is, though. Hey, man, it is what it is.
What the Democrats keep doing, particularly on national elections, is say, hey, we're going to try to out-Republican the Republicans. Kamala Harris went on the national stage, and she's bringing on Republicans with her. She's not moving beyond Biden or Trump's position on Israel-Palestine, which became a huge wedge issue for her when she was running. When we talk about immigration, when we talk about offshore drilling, I could name 5 issues fracking, more specifically. We could name multiple things that she just wasn't sufficiently distinguishable from the Republican alternative. And that's what didn't make voters excited to come out and vote for her, along with all the other stuff. I absolutely think that they need to learn their lesson. The Republicans learned the lesson over a decade ago. Remember when the Republicans kept getting shellacked and Bobby Jindal did the all.
Oh, 12. He was elected in 1872. 1872 is when he got elected. Then he died like about 30 years after in 1901.
Topsy of the Republican Party. And the thing the Republicans start to learn is they need to speak to their voters. They need to speak to the base of their voters. They need to stop backing down. That's what I'd like to see from Democrats. And as far as the Kamala Harris choice, I disagree wholeheartedly. I know some people pretty close to her. I haven't spoken to her directly, but I think she's absolutely considering running. And my fear is not that she'll get nominated. I actually don't think she'll win the nomination. But my fear is that the person who does won't be that different. If Gavin Newsom runs, he's more popular. He's more charming to some people. He's more handsome to some people, but he's the same candidate in different wrapping. We need a progressive, a real progressive.
At least he knows.
If I can add too, Pierce,
Brian,
you had mentioned the progressive left and all the woke stuff. Think about who the candidates are that have been relentlessly focused, to Mark's point, on issues that impact regular voters. Bernie Sanders, the farthest left politician that we have in America, also the most popular politician that we have in America, also the one who is so focused not on woke issues, but on issues that impact regular Americans, on economic issues. AOC is the same way. Mamdani ran this whole campaign focused on the rent and focused on free buses and making sure that people can afford to eat. So there's this weird conflation where just because someone is progressive that you just assume that they're these just bastions of wokeness, but in fact, the most progressive candidates, the people who identify as democratic socialists, those are the ones who are focused on issues that actually impact real Americans, largely economic issues. And in fact, it is
but if
the
you
Republican
but I would say
it's the Republicans in office who are
just Bernie. No. That's just Bernie. I haven't heard no other Republican, no other Democrat talk like Bernie. Like, here's the thing. I may disagree with Bernie's talking about, but I do agree with what he's talking about as a problem. Like healthcare. I mean, corporate money or like lobbying in Congress and in politics. Like, yeah, I agree with him. That's a problem. We disagree with how to solve it, but we always agree with Bernie Sanders on this side. Now, we agree with the problems that he bring up, not the way he wants to solve them. That's the only thing. And that's usually like a lot of Dems. Like, we agree with you on a lot of things on the problems, but we don't agree with you on the implementation on how to solve these problems.
We're more focused on identity politics.
Yeah, but Brian, but if you asked AOC, for example, what is a woman, we all know she'd struggle to answer, right? This is the problem, right? She would be very, very wary of articulating that a woman is an adult female, right? Because I think
AOC would have no problem. I think people love creating.
She would struggle.
Correct.
Okay, how about Mamdani then? Mamdani tweeted out
the only struggle would be arriving at a common point of definition.
I'm gonna be honest with you though. Yeah, that's where you're gonna cook every Dem at. What is a woman? What is a woman and this whole trans women in sports? And the thing is, I always do say, the Dems, you got to work on that argument better. You just can't say, why do you care? Why does that even matter? I mean, do you really want me to answer that? Like, how much females play sports? A lot. How much opportunity would a man playing in female sport take away from them? A lot. And then y'all have the asinine argument of, well, what if this trans man is performing on the same level as the trans women? Bro, that only works when they're young. When they're young, okay. As they get older and the hormones hit, they're gonna exceed those women in physical capabilities, even with the hormone blockers. So, no, what are y'all talking about? Letting men in women's sports is never a good idea. There's nothing you could say to substantiate it or to even prove that it's okay to do. So just say no, we don't support it, instead of just trying to make it seem like, oh, well, I don't even know why you consider it a big deal. How many trans people are there? Well, you made an entire election about them sometimes. You have whole propaganda campaigns for them. So you can't sit there and tell us that we're worried about 1% when you've ran whole propaganda campaigns for these people. Please cut the bullshit. Address the argument that you guys need to start condemning men in women's sports. That's it. No ifs, ands, or buts. No, oh, you're over glorifying a problem. No, because tell that to the female athletes. Tell that to the parents who pay for their children's athleticism just for the opportunity to get taken away from a coward with a wig on. Go tell that to them. Oh, I forgot. You won't because you're too busy defending transgenders. 1% of the population that you're claiming that we care too much about, but you're defending on a constant basis.
Between her and transphobic people who refuse to accept trans people as people and trans women as women and trans men as men.
Yeah, but this is
There's
where,
no confusion about
hang on,
biology,
Mark,
there's no confusion about social constructs. We're just using different definitions here.
This is where you're so wrong, and I'll explain why. You know, Kamala Harris, if you remember in the last election, in the run-up to the election day, the most successful ad in modern American political history, the New York Times said afterwards, was the 30-second ad about Kamala Harris and the trans issues, ending with Kamala's...
Like, you see, like, arguments like this, they can't help themselves. Like, Kelsey, she couldn't help herself, guys. She just had to text that because that's what she's been programmed to text, instead of addressing the argument of you're right. This is wrong, and it should be shamed. Not, oh, well, you care more about trans people than billionaires. Never said that. Never even said that. It didn't come out of my mouth not one time. But that's what you need to say, though, to take away from the fact that you do not want to address that problem. You do not want to address the fact that you disrespect your own by saying that. By not even condemning it, you disrespect your own. So like I said, can y'all address the argument instead of trying to say that, oh, well, you don't care. I mean, you care more about trans than corporate billionaires. I just spoke about corporate billionaires. Just spoke about them. Actually, I've been speaking about how you guys help corporate billionaires by having a inflated budget when it comes to healthcare that these healthcare corporations, pharmaceutical corporations take advantage of and overprice us on. So yes, I do always talk about the corporate billionaires more than you guys do, because since y'all been saying that tariffs is a straight tax on the consumer, you've been preaching what the corporate billionaires wanted you to preach. So who the F are you to even talk about corporate billionaires when you honestly parrot everything they want you to say? You stick up for illegals that they use for slave wages. That's the corporate elites right there. And if that's the case, you love them more than me. And I actually like the corporate elites. Why? Because they create jobs and opportunity. If we can regulate these bastards, then we can make it work even better for us. But guess what? We don't really regulate them. We don't really hold them to a standard. We don't make sure that they don't go overseas. We don't even try to make it hard for them to cheat the American people. Trump, he just started. But back in the day, even with Bush, Biden, Obama, they've all let this shit slide. All of them.
For they, them, Donald Trump is few. They reckon it moved the needle by 3 points. And yet at the same time, many on the Democratic side were saying this woke stuff, nobody cares, it's irrelevant, it doesn't cut through, it's all just right-wing hysteria. And I was sitting there in the middle going, no, it does cut through. It does cut through. If you're like a mom with kids in sport, in women's sport, in middle America, you absolutely care about this. And you want to have a candidate that can quite clearly...
Like, Kelsey, can you at least come up here and like prove to me that I'm blind and ignorant, because you haven't addressed any of the arguments. See, that's what I'm saying. You're programmed to just not have an argument, but to have an insult. It's like you're a bot. You're not even like you're an NPC. You're a human being, but you're acting like an NPC. You had no argument, just an insult. That's NPC right there. I mean, if you ever give me an argument, I'm not just going to hit you with the you're wrong. I'm going to hit you with the you're wrong, and this is why, steps 1 through 3. Easy. I mean, bro, y'all must have not been good at school when the teacher told you to give an extended answer. Y'all probably still put a 1-sentence answer and said, that is an extended answer. Like, bruh. They told you to write 3 paragraphs. You gave them 3 sentences, didn't you, Kelsey?
Tell you what a woman is. Now, I come back to this because to me it became a litmus test of where the left took things. If you can't articulate what a woman is without, as you say, I'm not. Look at me. I'm not remotely transphobic. I think trans people exist. They have a right to exist. They have a right to fairness, equality, safety, like you and me. I want the same rights for them that everybody else gets. However, not at the expense of eroding women's rights. And that's why the definition of a woman is so crucially important, because it stops the unfairness and inequality and safety issues that come from when you allow trans women to say we're women and they start trampling on women's rights. That's why it's so important.
And the only people that are saying, oh, just ignore it, or oh, it's not that big of a deal, bro, is people who don't have daughters and fat women. Like literally, fat women and people who don't have daughters are the only people who are okay with trans women in women's sports, because honestly, it don't affect them. And fat women already have a hate for athletic women, so they don't really give a damn about them. And of course, people without daughters who could not possibly understand that, oh, me helping my daughter work to an athletic height, all for it to be taken away. You couldn't even imagine. You couldn't even put yourself in their shoes, but then claiming you guys are the empathetic ones.
Okay. I heard your statement. You articulated quite masterfully. I'm going to ask you if you allow me to respond without interruption. I'll take 20 seconds. There's a difference between saying we disagree on what defines a woman and saying that people who have a more expansive definition are struggling to define what a woman is. We're not struggling to define it. You just don't agree with us. Trans women are women. Cis women are women. They're all women. There are different experiences. There are different stories.
Bro, trans women is not women. It's like, see, that's the thing, Bill. Being a woman is something biological. It's not an identity that you can assume. But that's the problem with guys like him. They low-key disrespect what it is to be a woman. Take out the fact that these women go through biological things that make them a woman. Just take that out, completely disrespect it, and say now being a woman is an identity. It's like disrespectful to everything that a woman is. And I have huge respect for women. I consider women to be a complete, beautiful work of nature. To sit there and just like debase them to an identity? Nah. That's not how God intended this thing to work, my friend.
A different context, and we have to be, I think, honest about that in applying public policy. But there's no struggle here. If there's any struggle, it's been getting voters to remain focused on the issues that actually matter. I didn't have an issue that Kamala Harris prioritized or paid great attention to trans women's rights. The problem was she allowed the right wing to co-opt the narrative and make it seem like that's all she cared about, that she didn't care about workers' rights, that she didn't care about reparations, that she didn't care about living wages, that she didn't care about Palestinians in Gaza, that she didn't care about Haiti, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So no, that's not an issue. And finally, to take this one issue around women's sports, and which is relatively small in terms of its impact on everyday people, and make it seem as if trans people who make up an infinitesimal part of the American public are somehow running through your cities and just doing triple axles and dunks and swimming past all your little girls and ruining their sports dreams.
I mean, you ever heard of Nia Thomas? Because that's exactly what happened. She put a wig on and she just swam past all those top level female swimmers and took that opportunity away from them. Took their rankings away from them. Most likely took, I'll be real with you, most likely took scholarship opportunities and some maybe brand deals away from them. So yeah, Nia Thomas, look that up. The swimmer that was a 200 swimmer in guys. He was ranked 200th in guys and then became top 5 in women. What does that tell you?
Is a dishonest narrative. I probably agree with you to a large degree about needing to have a conversation about trans women in sports. I'm open to having that conversation. What I'm not open to doing is making it seem as if trans people are destroying the world, or they're destroying women's rights, or they're undermining women's rights. There's a lot of people.
No, they're honestly, trans women are just disrespectful to women. And what it is and what it means to be a woman, yeah, they're disrespectful towards that. They kind of debase women to just hair and makeup. Like, that's effed up. Like, that's really what y'all think what it means to be a woman, just hair and makeup. Like, really. And then the fact that liberal women don't see this as disrespectful is insane. But they're brainwashed.
Undermining women's rights right now, and it ain't trans people, and allowing the right to convince us that was the big issue in the election is why the Democrats lost. And I don't blame the Republicans for that. I blame the Democrats for not foregrounding the issues that mattered in addition to this other issue that also matters.
No, that's
but Mark, I think you just made Pierce's point.
Yeah, he did just make Pierce's point. Is like, bro, we asked you this question and you try to do the mental gymnastics and you end up making yourselves look crazy. You sat there and just said trans women are women. When it is literally a 95% issue that's not true. And then here, like I said, then you want to once again bring up the argument of, oh, why do you care so much about it? I mean, dog, if you have a daughter that's a female athlete, or any females in your family that's a female athlete, or just females in general in your life, you can see how this is extremely disrespectful to women. like period, point blank. And anybody who's defending it, I mean, look, either they ain't got no daughters in their life, or they don't like them, or they're a fat lady who don't care about athletics at all.
Hang on, Michael. Michael, I will come to you, but just quickly, can a woman have a penis, Mark? Yes or no?
Come on.
These types, a trans woman may have a penis. A cis woman would not have a penis. These are silly gotcha games that are just used to get clips on the internet. I understand your point.
No, they're not.
You're saying
they're just simple biology.
Argument.
Couldn't even do it.
No, it's simple biology. A woman can't have a penis. Full stop.
You and I agree on the biology. The point here is that gender identities are different.
And shout out to my man Anonymous. A woman is someone born with a womb and vag. Yes, and that's pretty much it. Womb, vag. Once she reached that right age, once she reached a certain age, she goes through the whole period thing. And the whole experience of being a woman is pretty tough. I know. And I know sometimes I'm sexist and I say, oh, women got it easy and all this wild stuff. But no, being a woman is actually pretty fucking tough. Like with the whole period thing as well. So also, I really thought it was disrespectful how these guys, all they do is put on a wig and makeup. They don't gotta go through those monthly pains, the emotional, going through all the emotions that it is to be a woman and their chemical imbalance when it comes to emotions, no offense. But y'all don't gotta go through none of that, but you get to claim to be a woman without the trials and tribulations of being a woman? Man, get the fuck out of here, man. That's just completely disrespectful to everything it means to be a woman.
Than sex identities. In other words, gender
identity. It's like being a woman on easy mode. It's like, what?
Identity is not a biological construct. So yes, women birth babies. Men have penises. We all agree on that if we're talking about male and female, actually. Males have penises. Women have vaginas. We agree with that. We can all agree on that. When we talk about gender, it's not purely about what you're assigned biologically at birth. And so to conflate the two things is to either be ignorant to the actual issue or to be disingenuous. I don't think that you are
does
ignorant.
anyone
I
who
don't
has
think
a
you're
vagina,
disingenuous.
is that a man?
Say that one more. Say that again. I didn't hear the question.
Oh, so just following that on just the inverse also true then. So does anyone who has a vagina must be a man then, right?
No, that's not the inverse. That's not at all the inverse. The point here is that biologically, there's male and female. That's a much better question. That would follow more logically than the thing you initially asked. Biologically, if you have a vagina, if you're born with a vagina, you are a female. Biologically, if you're born with a penis, you are a male. Yes, that's not in dispute. What's in dispute is, are our biological, are our identities at biology?
See, that's the problem. It's like you understand that it's biology, but you're also willing to like obfuscate from that and be like, oh, but it's also an identity. It's like, all right. Well, two things could be right at the same time. Look. There's the biology of being a woman, and then he's like, then there's the identity of being a woman. The biology of being a woman, yes, you're a woman if you got a vagina. An identity of being a woman is what? Any person that puts on a wig with makeup and says, I'm a woman, any guy that can do that? No, that's what I'm saying. He's like, you can't really explain that too well without really confusing people, because he kind of somewhat confused me, but I kind of got like a visual in my head of, okay, well, you're telling me that you understand biologically that, men and women are women and men are men, but for some reason you also feel like women and men could also be an identity and something that you can just switch in and out of. So you understand that they can be still pretty much, solid. They have a solid definition, but you also using a fluid, I don't know, put it under like a fluidness of identity. Because like I said, now you could be whatever. When you claim it as an identity, it's whatever. Anybody can be a woman or a man, anybody. But when you give it that solidness of, or I guess that staticness of the biology argument, there's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. It is what it is. I don't know. He's kind of taking both sides in a way.
At birth are our biological identities the whole story? And in a trans conversation, we're saying, no, that's not the whole story. Yes, I was assigned male at birth. Everybody on this panel, ironically, was assigned male at birth. That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is, does that tell the whole story about our identity?
Male at birth. Hang on.
We can also have?
But this whole language, Mark, this whole language is so ridiculous. I wasn't assigned male at birth. I was born a male. Right, and this is the problem. And when you talk about trans women in sport, the reason it's so important, is there is a Mark. Let me just finish my point. I interviewed a woman called Betty Yee last week, who is literally a candidate to be governor of California, where I currently am. I have a home here in LA. And she genuinely wants the next Olympics in Los Angeles to be gender neutral.
Bro.
That's what she's endorsing. A gender neutral.
I mean, the Olympics. So pretty much, bro, just dissolve women, the female Olympics at that point. Just dissolve all the female sports. At that point, bro, is just going to be male dominated. And it'll be the end of female Olympians as we know it.
Olympics, because she's been so traduced into going along with a lot of what you've just been saying, which trans women are women, therefore it shouldn't matter. You can merge the two sexes, you can have gender neutral Olympics. And here's what happens when you do that. If you're at a gender neutral Olympics, women wouldn't win any medals.
Thanks.
And you literally destroy women's sport irrevocably.
Yep.
Done. Gone. So once you assume that we separate the sexes at the Olympics, well, I don't think it's funny, this. I think
here's the thing, though. No, there's actually some guys like, bro, I actually heard that guy Parker say this. Well, what if the transgender doesn't have that all big of an advantage? I mean, bro, 9 times out of 10, they're going to have that advantage. If you're, well, what if they lose to a regular woman? I mean, bro, you're talking about when they're young and they're doing this whole transgender stuff. Not when they're 16, 15 with puberty trying to be a transgender. You're talking about when they're young, when they're still somewhat at the same level of strength as a female, like, you know, as you were kids, right? There isn't really too much of a strength level between boys and girls until that teenage age. Then you start seeing, you know, the outperformance in strength and physical abilities. Now, what the Dems like to bring up is when they are pubescent, is when they're kids, and there isn't that much of difference. They like to bring up those examples as if it means anything. But let's be real though, we can go straight to Nia Thomas, and we can see that quick little change, and we can see how well that worked out for him, the transgender woman Nia Thomas. And like I said, if they ever want to, because I don't know why, but like when Parker asked this one MAGA guy, like, "Hey, yo, give me an example of transgenders operating unfairly in sports," dude couldn't even name one. I was surprised. I was like, bro, Nia Thomas? Like, whoa. You're supposed to be MAGA. That's like the girl we have at the tip of our tongue. But it is what it is. I do understand that, like, come on now. When it comes to these debaters, not everybody's a debater. But I do respect MAGA for lining up and debating these guys, because that's one thing the libs don't do, is line up to debate. I mean, Charlie Kirk got him too, but hey, man, he was a rare case.
So important. It's fundamental.
No, I don't think it's funny either. What I think is, I was laughing to myself because I was wondering.
Let me finish. We separate the sexes at the Olympics for a reason.
Please finish, but there's a 7-second delay, so I'm not interrupting you. There's just a 7-second delay. I'm telling that to the audience so that I don't look like I'm being rude to you. Go ahead.
I recognize that. You're not interrupting me. There is a very slight delay. I agree. Let me just ask you, though, why do we separate the sexes at the Olympics?
Okay, so I'm going to answer your question, but I'd like to respond to the first part of what you said, which I didn't get to respond to, because, again, you're making a straw man here. I'm not arguing for mixing the sexes at the Olympics. I agree with you that we start to divide sports by sex around middle school, because there are some biological, physical differences between people born male and people born female that make it non-competitive for those assigned female, or those who are identified as females at that point. So no, I understand why we divide people in track or basketball or wrestling.
Okay.
I'm not arguing for not doing that. I'm saying that two things can be true at once. As I said initially, we can have a conversation about trans people in sports, but that doesn't mean that I have to no longer identify trans men as men or trans women as women. We can say,
bro, we're not saying that, bro. Just condemn them being in sports. We're not telling you that you got to sit there and disavow the whole ideology. Just say that, yeah, trans women who are men should not be in women's sports, period, point blank. I mean, they can continue to put their wig and makeup on and do what they want and get their wild ass surgeries. Go ahead, do what the F you want. Just stay out of the kids' faces and stay out of female sports. That's it. That's all we're asking, is stay away from female sports and stay away from our children. That's it. And then do what you want.
Trans women are women, and have conversations about about sports that are different. And you're conflating those two. And every time I dispute your point about gender versus sex, you make a straw man argument about women competing in like the triathlon, which I'm not making.
All right, let me bring in Michael. You've been
wait,
waiting.
wait, what? Hold on, even me and Michael both got the same face on. Like, wait, what'd you just say?
about sports that are different, and you're conflating those two. And every time I dispute your point about gender versus sex, you make a straw man argument about women competing in like the triathlon, which I'm not making.
All right, let me bring in Michael. You've been waiting very patiently here. But it seems to me, Michael, the left get themselves into torturous.
I mean, bro, that's pretty much what we're saying is that, yeah, if men are competing against women, then we do need to talk about that whole gender and sex identity stuff that you guys be preaching, because apparently it comes at the disadvantage of women. That's all we're saying.
Knots about this issue. They also fundamentally don't understand how it sounds to people listening to this stuff, because it sounds, honestly, it sounds slightly insane. Because what Mark has just done is articulated perfectly that we separate the sexes in the Olympics because men have a physical advantage, but at the same time he wants trans women to be actually acknowledged as actual women. Therefore, the argument should be they should be entitled to all the same rights as a woman. In other words, should be able to compete against women. This is the problem with it. Michael.
Yeah, I think that Mark has just proven the broader political point.
I'm going to tell you the problem with it because they don't want to tell you the real. So we're going to go over to Virginia, right? Because Virginia, they released this a while ago, like a while ago. So we're going to go straight to this. And I'm going to tell you where it comes from. Utah.gov, Utah.gov, Utah legislation. VA judge finds transgender teen guilty of sexual assault, right? Terrible. It is terrible. But guess what? There are multiple stories. And, somebody was trying to sit here and, disclaim it. Like this statement made in the following article by Sue Robbins of Equality Utah is false and must be retracted. There is no documented evidence of transgender person in the United States ever causing an issue in the bathroom. We have real issues we need to address. The transgender community is not one of them. Let's focus on improving things for all of our youth, said Sue Robbins with Equality Utah's Transgender Advocacy Council. Well, somebody decided to be a very good patriot and went ahead and sent them this. VA judge finds transgender teen guilty of sexual assault in Loudoun County High School in girls' bathroom. Oklahoma, transgender student charged with assaulting female high school student classmate in bathroom. I mean, this was on Fox News. You're like, they got the links right here for you guys. Transgender Wyoming women convicted of sexual assaulting a 10-year-old girl in the bathroom. Oh, but it was S.E.T. Nobody gets hurt. They don't even hurt women, S.E.T. You're just doing too much. You just care too much about them. I mean, when you read headlines like this, like, shouldn't I be concerned? But let's do a little bit more. Watch. Teenage girl was terrified in the locker room with naked transgender woman. I mean, damn, we don't care about what the little girls think no more. But let's see here. Transgender suspect threatens to rape Christian girls, inject HIV in people wearing crosses, copycat Nashville shooting fed. Oh, man. And male inmate convicted of raping females at Rikers Island's women's facility. Yes, a male inmate identified as a woman has been convicted of raping a female prisoner while housed at the women's facility at Rikers Island complex in New York. Like, what the fuck you thought was gonna happen? Actually, that one kind of pisses me off because y'all literally left this guy to hurt women. Like, that one pissed me off. Okay, male rapist who identifies as female transferred to women's jail assaults female. I mean, it happened again. Another one, guys. All right, rapist guilty of attacking women before gender change. All right, sexual predator jailed after claiming to be transgender to assault women in shelter. I mean, need I go on? Yes, I am actually. All right. Transgender woman, 18, sexually assaulted girl, 10 in Morrison toilet. What? That's wild. Violent pedophile who raped a 3-month baby as a teenager is quietly moved to a female prison with mother and baby unit after having transgender surgery. Do you hear me? Violent pedophile who raped a 3-month-old decided to become a transgender to get transferred out. Well, I mean, let's see here. Michigan school employee who called for LGBT lesson mocked parents arrested for pedophilia. Oh, Oh, well, student finds nearly 45% of all trans women inmates convicted of sexual crime. Oh, oh, but this is not a problem set, right? Right. Well, shoot. You might want to tell that to all those victims. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, that was just page 4. I still had like, dang, I still had like 4 more pages to go through of all these crimes that I could have read out. Like right here, 50-year-old trans swimmer shared locker room while competing against teens. The girls were terrified. I mean, man, that's tough. That's tough. But it's not a big problem, guys. Just ignore the suffering of women. That's all we got to do to, make transgenders feel comfortable and safe.
Because to what Mark said, he said 2 things can be true at once. And that's true, but 2 opposing things cannot be true at once. That violates the law of non-contradiction, which we've known since at least Aristotle. So it cannot be the case. Mark's
and guys, remember, these aren't fake stories. You want to know how I know they're not fake stories? Because I'm going to take you to where I got them from. This comes from le.utah.gov. Government website. This is literally where I got it from. Right here. Yes, right here. And you know why they wrote this? Because somebody, just like somebody in the chat who want to say, oh, they're all made up lies. Transgenders don't do anything. Guess what? That's the same person. That's what the same person said, bro. That person said the exact same thing you're saying. That what you mean? Transgenders are harmless. They don't do anything. And then somebody had to list out a whole bunch of crimes with links. With the links. And y'all still can't believe it? Oh, man. I mean, talk about drinking the Kool-Aid, huh? When it's right there in front of you. They're all made up, Seth. They're all made up. All of them? You sure you ain't heard about some of these on your local news? Because I have.
Definition is that a woman is a person who identifies as a woman, but that's obviously a circular definition and therefore completely insufficient.
That's not what I
or
said.
he'll say, hold on, let me just finish.
That's not what I said.
Or he'll say that
no, but that's not my position. I just want to be clear that that's not my position. You're stating is my position.
A woman can be biologically a woman, but for legal purposes, a man or something like that. And it's totally incoherent, and it obviously is not persuasive to voters. So getting back to the broader point that Pierce opened up with, all he said was, look, if you asked AOC what a woman is, she would tie herself into knots answering. I think this panel, and Mark in particular, has just demonstrated that. And to your point, Brian, yes, I agree that Bernie is generally a non-woke leftist. And he's been very good, actually, on certain issues like immigration, because he's for reducing immigration to help workers' rights. However, I think Mamdani and AOC are manifestly woke, and I think you've just proven the point right here. If they cannot answer, as Ketanji Jackson, Supreme Court Justice, could not answer, what a woman is, that's a good rule of thumb. They've gone woke, and
I mean, shoot, and here's the thing. I mean, there's people who's not even willing to admit that, yes, this whole transgender ideology, it's a problem. It has roots in pedophilia and violent actions. It's a problem, but they don't want to address that, which is fine. I mean, they rather think they're made up stories, but sorry, guys, they're the real. I mean, it's coming right off a government website. I mean, when I'm giving you the source, I'm giving you a .gov, not a .com, but a .gov. Ain't really too much you can say against that unless you're just delusional. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close it down on this one, man. This was a fun one. You know me, I do love coming in here and, hey, giving y'all the media analysis and, of course, providing the facts to the, raging libtards. Not all of you are libtards, but most of you guys on the left are libtards. Okay, I'm sorry, some. I'm trying not to be so mean to libs, guys, okay? I'm trying not to be. But, hey, sometimes it's warranted. But all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close out with the jazz, man. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Make sure you guys double tap that screen and like the video, man. And make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that bell for notifications on more videos. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media.